We're live.
All the work. First thing on the agenda is the legislative policy. Seems like a lot of TV about. There's some various policy issues. And each board kind of takes a look at this, and some of these policies change from time to time. Some administrative from prior boards, they've got the list with some of them. If anybody else has other policies that they saw, they would like to bring up, talk about possible changes, please do so. I guess we'll just start down this list, which Brandon can look at, and I'll call him Brandon when we get to some of the legality stuff. This is a mix of things that some of these changes just kind of are changes to reflect the practices that we've done that don't really consistent with what the policy stated. Others of these are policy issues that the board kind of has decided something. Please. As a reminder, in workshops, we don't actually make decisions. So if there's a clear consensus, we can just move on and we can discuss it a little more in the directed meeting. If there's issues, particularly policy issues, if there are differences of opinion on, we should make the decisions on those at the regular meeting. Go ahead. What document are you looking at? It's in the packet, and it's the last, let's see. So under 1.1A, legislative policy issues / running document, legislative policy issues, PDF. Oh, I gotcha. Second section in the workshop, draft agenda. The first one is simply a practice that we've done from time to time. It's not written, and maybe we don't even need to write it down, but sometimes at meetings, we have the whole order of things, so we approve the agenda, and you'll have something down toward the end of the agenda that all of a sudden a lot of people showed up in one person. It's obvious what they're there. And by practice, at times we've moved it, we bumped that up in the agenda. I guess the question is, do we need to put that in our policy, or is that just something that we can recognize that we can do by motion? Ask Brandon's brief input on that.
Yeah, I think you can just do it via motion, but
yeah, okay. As long as it's pretty clear, it's by motion, you can do that.
Direction is, yeah. If we had to do a resolution for that, we do add it all night, right?
Well, you're kind of cutting out. I'm sorry. I think
is that better?
Yeah. Yes. I think I heard you say we can do that by motion, even if
that's right.
Even if the agenda has been noticed out in a particular order by anybody's motion, we can move an item up to basically accommodate citizens.
Yeah, I mean, we can. I think that's totally fine because motions to amend the agenda are common.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the only thing, if there was a concern or someone's due process rights in a quasi-judicial matter, like you say, you intentionally move them to the end of the meeting so that it couldn't be there, but we're not doing that kind of stuff, so I don't think there's any problem.
Okay. Any comments on that with anybody?
We're more likely to move people up on a controversial matter,
right? Which
risks more people being unable at the last minute to participate. So I think we should be careful about it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with having this as an option, and it doesn't seem that we need a resolution for it. So
okay.
Probably no action, but warrants a little caution when the time comes.
Yeah, it could, in theory, inconvenience some people if they look at an agenda. Oh, they're not going to get to that for an hour or so, and then they show up and it's been moved up. But if it's a topic where there's a lot of people that are here and interested, well, likely it's going to go on for a while. We did that on the IGA several times. We have 20 people here one. Yeah, rather than make them wait until halfway through the meeting, we bump it up.
I think it's all about reading the room. When you walk in here and you see them held up and you understand what they're here for, it'll be more of a convenience to them.
I'd love to read the room and make it convenient for the people who are here. You can't read for the people who aren't here.
Sure.
I would just watch for that hazard.
Yep.
Maybe like on big controversial items, we stick to our guns about where it is, and so people can come in from work or
or we make a point of putting it early in the agenda to start with.
Yeah.
We notice it
We've-
with the popular topic early in the evening.
We've done that before. For anybody who doesn't know, the mayor and the town clerk meet with and the town administrator meet on Mondays to try to talk about agendas, and sometimes the mayor pro tem is there as well. And if we see something in advance that we know is gonna be a big turn, we've all got a bunch of emails on it or something. We can adjust the agenda accordingly. Okay, I don't think any action is needed on that. I just wanted to note that it's something we do from time to time. The next item, each board has set its own policy on, and they differ from board to board. The existing order of business has a land acknowledgement, a moment of silence, and the pledge of allegiance. Maybe to simplify this a little bit, is there anybody who would like to change in any respect to having a moment of silence or pledge of allegiance? I've talked to several people, right, and I haven't heard anything about that, so I don't propose any change in that. The land acknowledgement, some boards have done it, some boards have not. I have a suggestion in that regard to kind of start the discussion that I think we should do something. Whether we should read a land acknowledgement at each and every meeting, which takes some time to do, is one option that the prior two boards I think have done. Another option that I would do if we don't do a land acknowledgement each meeting is, as mayor, one of the things the mayor can do is issue proclamations, and I'll be doing a couple of different meetings. If we don't do this every week, I would be issuing in November, which is Native American History Month, proclamation declaring November as that month, and perhaps tying it to an event or something like we've done for some other things like Gay Pride Month. We would do that at the next meeting. We've done either Juneteenth or Black History Month in the past. So I'll just throw that out for discussion. What's the board's preference? Weekly land acknowledgement or a proclamation of Native American history?
You know, the land acknowledgement has been at the top of the agenda now for what, 4 years. It's worthwhile, but I think over time it becomes just a rote recitation that really doesn't have much value. I would almost, and quite frankly, the land acknowledgement itself doesn't have any relation to the modern event at this point. I would prefer to see something that has more applicability to the town and something we need to keep in the forefront of our minds whenever we're making decisions. And I harken back to the 2023 resolution that came down when we acknowledged the importance of the rivers and the ecosystems as they come through town. To me, that would be more of a acknowledgement than say the Native Americans, because it's real and our decisions can affect it in many ways. So
I'll just take it from there and go around. Trustee Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm in favor of keeping the land acknowledgement. It's an important statement, I think, in modeling the behavior to our your citizens. I would just respectfully disagree. I do think it's relevant, as relevant today as it.
Trustee Jacobs.
I agree with trustee Schwartz. Or we do neither the pledge nor the land acknowledgement and do a moment of silence for people to do whatever they feel fits themselves. I think it's gotta be either. I would feel uncomfortable with removing the land acknowledgement and keeping it.
Okay. In your trustee, McCurry.
Yeah, I also feel like it might cause more of a fuss to remove it than to just keep it on, but to nod to what you're speaking to, I think it could even be worthwhile to just tweak what we currently have. That it's like a middle ground.
Trustee Williams.
The tweak that I suggest is that we open up the room for a moment of silence and that we offer a couple of suggestions about what people might consider, and the land acknowledgement could be one of them. So without being as explicit in our land acknowledgement, we could say, here's some things that we know people often have on their minds: the sanctity of our rivers, the history of this land and its original tribal occupants, and whatever might be happening in our community at the time. Maybe we've lost someone, maybe there's a war, maybe there's something else that warrants a mention, but it wouldn't hurt to just give a nod to it so that people recognize that it still matters to us, and then they can consider it in their own quiet thoughts.
So you basically would suggest kind of shortening the acknowledgement and combining it with the moment of silence?
Yeah, I would offer up a pretty simple sentence that says, here are some things that we know are important to people, and we'd like to take a moment for people to consider any of these or other things that happen to be on your minds before we open the meeting.
And you suggest doing that every meeting?
I would-
I guess I'm somewhere in the middle on that. Then, let's talk about it. I'd be okay with that suggestion if Trustee Williams would take the laboring or to draft something.
But give it a first shot.
And we can discuss.
So I didn't know any of the current events in Boulder, and
Including that, yes.
And usually when we do a moment of silence, there's some mention of that or someone in town who's important passed away, or then so we could do.
Because what might feel like redundant, because we're here for all of them, might not feel redundant to somebody in the
Sure.
audience who's coming to their first meeting.
Okay. All right. If you would
Happy to.
take a shot at drafting and consider that. But we probably wouldn't actually vote on that until the next meeting.
We'll follow up at general business with discussion direction. Yeah.
But keep pledge as well. So
I'm
when you
sorry?
write, keep the pledge.
Yeah, I asked if anybody wanted to read the pledge. It's been there a long time, and
Okay.
the pledge is a little different than land acknowledgement from my view, because as you say the pledge, or choose not to say the pledge, you can say what you wish. There's a famous Supreme Court case, Jacobs probably took it as well, called West Virginia Board of Education versus Barnett, where there was a mandatory recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance by school students. Supreme Court said, can't do that. So it's basically optional. Each trustee or audience can decide to say all of it, none of it, or any part of it. So that's like you said on the, it's so well established to try to do away with it. I think maybe more issues than not be worth.
And every one of these issues has a different connection for people in the room. Some feel more connected to the flag, the rivers, the individuals in our community, to our ancestors. Everyone's got a different sense of it. So I've just tried to do what we can in respect.
The next item was pretty simple. It says discussion shall be directed to the chair, and the chair, it's often the case when people address the board of those fellow trustees. And that's just me, just a minor amendment. Issues about that. The next one, as a trustee and now the chair, the way the rule was written now, it was basically that that all trustees get to speak once on something. But it was really up to the mayor, as the rule was written, to decide whether anybody got to speak a second time or not. That bothered me as a trustee, and usually that probably honored more in the breach than the observance, but I don't see how, as trustees, you can have back and forth dialogue. Everybody only gets to speak once. Now, I know that could possibly lead to longer discussions, but in some ways, I think that's a good thing.
so.
We'll just do the same order, probably make it.
It's bringing models to something that's only.
Right. Everybody says what they say about an issue. I mean, as it read, it was up to the mayor when discussion ended. Then I think as a trustee, before I was chair, sometimes I want to speak, and I shouldn't, my ability to speak and respond to something the fellow trustee has said shouldn't be dependent on the will of our mayors.
I agree. I mean, there are times when I would like to at least respond.
Right.
As long as decorum is kept.
Sure. Well, that's
We don't.
that's understood.
Oh, well, sometimes you can interrupt
We can.
the surface date.
Brandon, any comments on that from a parliamentary procedure standpoint?
Yeah, the only one is that it needs to be subject to all other, rules that we observe, such as the rule to call the question, but the concept is fine.
Sure.
I think it,
Just joke.
Kind of already says it. Once all members of the board have been heard, the chair may call on trustees who have already spoken on the matter. Does that just not feel clear enough?
My concern was that the wording that the chair may call, which left it optional with the trustee. And I was trying to rewrite this where,
Well, it says may speak again after being recognized by the chair, I guess.
yeah, but
Not, I mean, I totally agree with the
yeah, I mean,
concept.
I
I'm just,
guess the chair could refuse to recognize a member, but I would hope not.
that would probably not go over. So, yeah. So, I mean, I think I completely agree with the concept. I'm not sure if it's necessary or if that feels unclear to people. Sure, let's clarify it.
Okay. Any other comments on that one?
Mayor, I'd support it. I do think that we, as individuals and as a body, ought to be careful not to talk more than we have to. We've got lots of long meetings and I know sometimes I go longer than I should, but I'll try not to.
Same.
I agree with that.
The next one.
Look, the two of you just. now.
Just one of them.
It's been interesting, though. We've had trustees who went on and on and on. We've had trustees that the mayor would actually have to prompt them. Don't you want to say something? Sometimes.
Yeah.
The number 5 on the list is the way that this agreement now says, generally members' participation in these shall be in person, unless the member has reason to be away for personal or health reasons. Maybe personal reasons including business too, but we have people who travel on business, and I think that should be recognized as a legitimate reason for not being as a person. And also, I think it would encourage more people who do work for a living and travel in their business to apply for the board. Number 6 is an item that different boards have done. I think this was added maybe 4 years ago, and it was discussed by the last board. And it's that no more than 25% of board meetings should be attended remotely. I had people who are running for town, considering running for town board saying, I travel a lot, you know, that 25% rule concerns me. And you know, Trustee Lowell has some thoughts about that, so we'll just do the same order for all.
Well, the fact of the matter is that, as all of you know, we had a board that never met in person. We met remotely all the time, and it seemed to work very well. I have no issue with striking that from the rule. I think it's I don't think you're gonna see anybody abuse it, certainly not, but there are people there are times when like I'm able to make 1, 2, or even 3 meetings in a row because of various commitments. So I'm fine with including striking that.
I agree. More flexibility that may help us all.
See, not in there, Trustee Williams.
Agreed.
Yeah, I just say the people that take the time and effort to run for and serve on board of trustees, if they're in town and they can be here, they're here. I don't think we need to. So that one seems pretty clear. Let's see. Rules. The item number 7 is something that's cropped up once or twice. Right now the policy reads that there will be audience business at all a regularly scheduled public meetings. But when we've had some special meetings called, it doesn't call, the existing policy doesn't call for audience business, doesn't require it. Sometimes special meetings are called real quickly to deal with something that can't wait till the next meeting. Sometimes special meetings are called because things are too difficult or controversial, or going to take too much time to handle in a regular meeting. I mean, I did it. Audience business might not happen. It's always bothered me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that change.
I'm fine with that change, I guess. The note here kind of at the end of the second page, I'm a little worried we're not gonna get through all of this in the
Yeah.
next 10 minutes, but
Okay. Yeah, it's a related issue.
I think when we have a workshop over the years at PCBC, let's just say that, the workshop is, I think, my understanding was that it was always, well, all the meetings are public, they're all public, and noticed. And when it's a workshop, it's inclusive of everyone. We don't even sit here usually, we sit down there, so it creates a space that's more inviting. So I would always have the assumption that if somebody just came in, they're part of, sit right next to us. I fear that if we add audience business, we're almost othering people and it could create the opposite effect. Creating a power dynamic that I don't know. is the
It's
intent.
means you let them be, right?
Yeah,
See,
I think it's very,
at board of trustee workshops, we don't. You can, and maybe, television.
I was wondering about the time piece. Is it practical to do that in a workshop? I mean, I'm all for people
Yeah.
voicing things, but I know we're already gonna be squishing a whole bunch, and this, the
And-
first ones, but I think that's probably
Yeah.
usually because there's a hard stop.
And I'm not suggesting that the board meeting or trustees meetings, because when we have workshops here, they're followed by a regular meeting where there is an audience business, so you get a chance, public has a chance to comment.
It makes me think about like when we just had the meeting with the commissioners. And I know there were audience members who like found me later to share something and I think would have enjoyed the opportunity to speak to the county commissioners who maybe don't go down there. Maybe they should, but like they were here, so it could have been nice to like let our residents speak to them.
Yeah, there wasn't.
I mean-
But that's something,
That's just a thought
yeah.
that like there's the gray area of that. And with that, I made a note of like, if we were to do something like that, then that needed to be communicated to whoever was involved, like not just us in those things. So like, in this case, there wasn't time because the commissioners didn't have the time or whatever the scenario, but if we encouraged more participation, then it could be built into the time frame moving forward, making them aware that we want to take, audience business.
That,
I think we should give people the opportunity wherever we can. And it's, I think, done informally in most commission workshops.
Yeah.
And I think if we could open our schedule to it in trustee meetings, particularly if we're not going to follow up on the topic later in the evening, then we should try.
yeah. As far as the board was concerned, when my intent here was at meetings rather than workshops, because if we start having audience business at workshops, we're usually very pressed for time. I think we would really constrict what time we have. And again, if somebody's attending a workshop and is interested in that subject matter, all they have to do is wait to 7:00 or 7:05 and they can say what they want to about what happened at the workshop. So essentially they have, but we've had some special meetings that were on do big attendance and pretty controversial. And if you publish the agenda in advance, it's going to say, oh, it's business, so people might look at it and say, oh, I'm not going to get to talk. So I think it encourages people to show up as well. Seems to be a consensus in that. The next stuff is kind of nitpicky stuff, I'll admit. But the way the existing policy read about how we do audience business didn't really follow our practice. The clerk doesn't usually hand the list to the chair, don't actually post the list 10 minutes in advance. And so I was trying to write something there that reflected our practice. And I don't think, I've never actually seen a list, but I don't think that the people assigned to speak actually list the number and topic of the agenda they're going to talk about, do that?
Only if it's a public hearing.
Yeah, but
Well, and that's different. They'll speak at the public hearing as opposed to.
to be clear, for those who may not have the sheet in front of them, it would read, the town clerk shall circulate rather than post a speaker's list from within the board of trustees chambers prior to each board meeting instead of at least 10 minutes before. And immediately before audience business, the clerk will tally the number of speakers for audience business and advise rather than submit the list to the chair. And then speakers have the right to speak at scheduled public hearings and during the audience business segment. And it also says, except for scheduled public hearings, those wanting to speak shall list their names on a speaker's list. And that we strike the word showing the topics, including agenda item numbers, depending on which they wish to speak, because we really haven't required people to do that. Any additional thought.
Clerk Vasquez, does that make sense to you? Does that make your life easier?
Makes,
Or is it more consistent with what you already do?
yeah, what we do now seems to work great. I mean, and we usually don't always have a ton of audience business anyway, so I always put the list to make sure it's there. People have a chance to speak, so.
Sort of regarded. The limited on time to speak, like.
We saved, well, what,
Speak.
yeah,
That's the next-
then we cut down the minutes. Yeah, they have 4 minutes to speak, and then if there's more than 10, we cut it, or else, but there has been times there's been an hour of audience business, but that's, that's a big hot button item, but not very often.
The way the policy reads about. Used to, we take this back with it. Prior board, at one time, we would take emails from citizens in advance and they would ask them to be read into the record, and the clerk would read them into the record. It took a long time. Some of them were very long. So what we changed that to a couple of words ago, I guess, was people can email in advance and they'll, rather than read them into the record, they'll be put into the agenda. But you have the time problem of the clerk can't be doing that up until the time of the meeting. And so the way it read now is that it would be submitted by 8 o'clock the Monday prior to the meeting. But Brandon, I think you had a comment on this. I think it was the day of the meeting that we were intending, right?
Yes,
Yeah, that was the intent, I believe. So I'd be fine with that change.
When you get them by 8 o'clock, it's possible to.
because then I can still upload them. And then here's the problem. Once I post the packet, especially depending on how big that packet is, the more times that I go in and have to amend it, it seems to break the links. So, so it's like, okay, you have until 8 o'clock and then anything, I'm going to do them in one shot. So.
Okay. As already been mentioned, the kind of policy we've been following under Mayor Rogan, and maybe before that as well, that if more than 10 people have signed up for audience business, so it's going to take a while, we tend to limit them to 3 minutes instead of the usual 4. But I don't think that's ever been written anywhere that I know of. So the proposed suggestion here was, should we include that in our policy so that generally notice that if a lot of people should be only going to have 3 minutes? Comments on that? That's fine. I think it provides better notice to the public that these are the rules. If there's too many, a lot of people show up, you only get 3 minutes.
That's
Brandon, on the next one, on number 8, it just seemed like right out of almost Robert's or Bob's rules of order, there were 2 different terms being used for.
Yeah.
For his question. You think it makes sense to just use he's called the question, okay, what you think should work?
Yeah, I think that's what everyone commonly refers to it. I mean, technically it is, call the previous question, but I think call the question is the term that is commonly used. And since these are our rules, I think it's totally fine to use the common, word for it or phrase.
If they were just, for anybody, calling the question means basically you cut off debate. And it's not a debatable motion and you take a vote on it. It's a way to stop a debate if it's gone on too long, but the way our rule read, there were 2 different terms used for that motion, so verification.
And a call for motion is different, right? A call the question happens after a motion is on the floor.
Right.
And you're limiting debate.
Correct. I'm not even sure what call for motion is. It was in our rules.
Yeah, you might introduce a topic and say, I would entertain a motion. It's a call for motion.
That's the standard way to begin discussion, so. Similarly, number 9, the same thing, we had reconcile rules to study session. I think some city council, Brandon, that's the term they use, we use the term workshop, so.
Yeah, some people use workshops, some use study session. Everyone's different.
That's, and that really not good, be consistent with it. Next item involves when trustees may request place future items on the agenda. That's been a subject of some discussion in the prior board meetings. My understanding, in that draft, is to make it clear how you can request an item to get on the agenda. wasn't clear in times past. Sometimes the Trustees felt hesitant about requesting you.
Yeah, I think the shorter the better. So, unfortunately, it's fine.
Okay.
And does it make sense to have in there that may request that the mayor place items by contacting the mayor or the town administrator? So that we can, if we don't happen to catch you, we can put it on Victoria's radar and she can bring it to you.
Sure, because I assume the town administrator would inform the mayor. Because we meet regularly. And usually these things, it's done by, if it's outside of a meeting, it's done by email. It's practice. The next one, item 11, was there's a couple of things in there that said a motion to consider additional agenda items or substantive information is not debatable. My reactions, why not? And Brandon, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, my thought is we need to be careful about this just because,
Yeah.
you know, by its very nature, this issue of additional agenda item has not been noticed. And so if we get into substantive discussion about that item, it could be an open meetings issue. And so I that is the reason why you know, it's not debatable is because we didn't want to get in, you know, just have the temptation to get into the substance of that item. You know, if there was a strong desire to have some form of debate, there may be an extremely kind of limited, narrow set of things we could debate, but I just that opens up the temptation to talk about stuff that weren't about things that weren't noticed. So that was my concern.
Mhm. What about, so you have a concern about additional agenda items for those reasons, and I guess the way that would be handled if something like that came up, so I want to add something to the agenda is either you, as that part of the agenda here would say, wait a minute, we have another problem with that. You may wish to make an agenda request for a future agenda after it we noticed. And then I'm not even sure why that rule read a motion to consider substantive information is not debatable. I'm not really sure what that means. Can you enlighten us, Brandon, on the
Yeah,
what that might pertain to?
yeah, I think what this is around this concern of, you know, the substantive information being discussed about the item that, you know, wasn't noticed. So if, you know, someone's, you know, wants to debate anything, right? We should have a policy on, you know, sports. You know, you should really just be debating whether or not that should be on the agenda and not whether the policy is good or not. Does that make sense? I mean, that's what the struggle was previously, is how do you construct this without creating notice issues?
But that
So
doesn't mean,
maybe some of the words got jumbled.
that doesn't mean, if I'm hearing you right, that if you're debating or discussing an item that's been properly noticed on the agenda, but some information, you know, that's not in the packet, that a trustee can't say, wait a minute, I want to consider, you know, such and such, you know, if this AI search I just did or something, you could still request or try to put into the record additional information that pertains to a properly noticed agenda item. Correct?
Yeah, but we're talking about whether or not
Okay.
to consider additional agenda items in the future, right? And so by definition, those were not noticed.
It actually says, or any motion to consider additional substantive information should be, maybe we could just look at the wording of that. See if it's clear.
To me, that's talking about the quasi judicial item, and that we're not gonna bring in another piece of evidence into that.
That would make sense.
That's how I'm interpreting it as well, that we can't have new substantive stuff that could really impact an outcome without having it been noticed and people being able to see it. Really.
That's a good.
Sounds like it carries more hazard than it does opportunity to change it.
Okay. Yeah, I think the intent's kind of clear, but the wording there is a little bit fuzzy. Rule, item number 12 is a sentence that currently reads, accept motions instructing the town administrator or town attorney. The board shall take no final or official action at workshops. That to me suggested that the board could instruct the town attorney or town administrator to go at a workshop, to give an instruction that, go take this action, but we're not supposed to make decisions at workshop. And so it's kind of the question is, are you making the decision or are you, instructing them to take action? So that was kind of my intended suggesting, adding the words as to non-final action, because you'll often at a workshop say, oh, we'd like some more information about this, or could the staff give us a report on that? But it's really trying to clarify that you're not making it a decision, final action, by just giving instructions at a workshop.
Yeah, I'm writing down notes on all this stuff, because by the time this all rolls around at the end of general business, we don't know act on these,
Yeah, exactly.
Or what we talking about
Exactly.
here. So, I would prefer, I guess, that we could make some decisions and give some directions.
Make decisions at workshops.
Well, as you say, giving directions for more information from staff, for example.
Right, but that would be a non-final.
But we can't, I assume at some point this evening, we're gonna act on all of these.
Yes.
We're gonna go through the list, we're gonna say, yeah, yes.
I think it's a decision about moving the process, the decision-making process forward can happen in the workshop, but not the final decision. So I think it's pretty clear that it's not the final decision, so I don't know if the change is necessarily needed, but I'm not a legal expert.
Trustee Jacobs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't object to it, but I'm also not completely sure it's necessary.
Same.
Same, I do like it. I think it's a little clearer than what we had. And in fact, I might go a little further. It says not generally state their final positions. What we're really trying to do is to have people not take a final position. It's not just how we look or how people might perceive it. It's that we should maintain an open mind about these things until we reach the discussion sort of the actual meeting, the regular meeting.
I kind of split the discussion on that. The last part of that was exactly what Trustee Williams just said, which is that I've been guilty of it too, and so have other trustees, that when we're talking about things at a workshop, particularly important matters, sometimes a trustee just can't wait to say, well, I'm just totally against this, I just don't think it's gonna work. But when you do that, or I'm fully in support of this, let's do it, either way, when you do that at a workshop, that's prior to having the audience business at a meeting, so you haven't heard from the public yet. And also, it's prior to trustee discussions at the public meeting, where usually more members of the public are in attendance. And it's kind of like, it's always been prejudging something before you've heard from all your fellow trustees. And so this is kind of a suggestion at a general statement of policies that you really shouldn't state or
Decide.
or take final positions. I like that.
You shouldn't say it and you shouldn't think it.
Well, yeah, thought control. Let's go there. But yeah, because believe it or not, trustees, you sometimes change their minds after hearing from the public and from fellow trustees. It's been known to happen. Okay.
And the only issue I had with that was like saying generally, it has ambiguity into it. Well, if it's generally, I mean, some instance where it could be permissible and it should be never permissible. People may accidentally, break it, and we, deal with that. But we shouldn't create this opportunity that where there's some form of final decision which is, permissible. And so I would get rid of generally and change should to shall on all of those.
So your suggestion would be board members shall not.
State oppositions on such matters in the workshop, but rather shall await public input.
Okay.
The trustee Williams recommended state be changed with make, so I'd say board members shall not make their.
Shall not state or take their final position. Okay. All right, cool. Vote on that at the meeting. I'll try to make a note of those amendments. I think those are both good amendments.
That's my inclination on this. I may change.
Yes, you may change your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Okay. Yeah, me too. And the last one was just, when we're going into executive session, we don't refer to the rule of the legislative policy, we just cite the statute, right, Brandon?
That's right. Yeah, I would be in favor of removing that.
Okay. Let's see, I'm keeping my, what's our,
6 o'clock,
we're already past it, okay. So let's, since we're already past that time, in terms of, audience business at all meetings, not just the board meeting, but planning commission meetings, I would suggest postponing that discussion to a later time, particularly because we don't have a full planning commission yet, so that's something they may want to discuss. In public agenda request, rather than take up more time, let's just note, I think it's the case that we get those, how they're handled has never been really specified. I don't think public really knows. I don't, as a board member for a number of years, I don't really know how those are handled, other than the mayor and town administrator kind of consider them, and do they automatically go on the next agenda, or can you put them off 3 meetings like some of the board requests and that kind of stuff? So we may need to look at the procedure for that.
Yeah,
So it's
well,
clear.
just specific agenda items. Some of them are very time sensitive and some of them aren't. So it's really up to, just as if the board would make a recommendation, the mayor and town administrator, we know what's on there for the next 3 meetings. So where does it fit in?
Maybe we could continue discussion on that at the regular meeting, perhaps.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
if we're going to come back to this, not tonight, but in a later meeting, may I just invite staff to offer up any suggestions of
Yes.
legislative policy? Obviously, we're trying to stick to the ones that really matter, but if there are things that you think we could or should do differently, please let us know.
Okay.
So I don't think we're gonna have time to get through the other 2 items if we want to get through water.
Yeah.
But is it possible for order of business and then move priorities? Because that's gonna take a little. But order of business, unless there's something dramatic.
Yeah, let me just ask, does anybody have order business just means order that items are on the agenda? Does anybody
It's a
have any
separate policy that was in.
proposed changes to making the way the order will be 2 minutes? I'm fine with it.
The order's
We
fine.
made minor changes from board to board, but I think what we've got.
Okay, for now, we'll leave it. You can always change it later. It doesn't have to go now. And then if it's okay, the board, we will schedule priorities probably, or the next workshop's already full, but when I will talk about it.
Real quick on that, what we did on the last one was initially just a quick discussion where everybody listed what their top 10 priorities were and ranked them on the board. And we kind of modified them when we had a board retreat at them, but everybody's completely about it. We'll discuss that in a little.
Board treatment.
Yeah.
And is it possible to have the staff present their priorities? So we can incorporate them when we have a discussion, or?
Okay. I think ours are more, we just want the general areas you want us to focus on, because we get so many other requests from like boards and commissions and other groups that then we have to decide, where do you want us to put our efforts and our resources, and we just simply can't usually do it all, but we could.
There seemed to be pretty general agreements on that, the consistency between what priorities were identified during the campaign to one unit. So, but we put it, but they can change too, so they do it in future workshops. We can do that just as a general business item. I don't think it was open. Okay, we want to get to water issues, the stuff that really matters. On the staff presentation of the page.
Yeah, but it's the same one. I'll resend it to you.
Sorry, I wasn't planning on that then.
Does he? Okay.
I always think that it's just up on there.
And it's not letting me resend it.
He's okay, he found it.
Okay,
I always worry about the bouncing around of every.
Water is providing and what's the.
Whiskey,
And either we're drinking.
whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting.
Right.
For phone too.
Yeah.
These are ideal.
Don't let me get me started on diesel.
I wanted to thank Director Kaplan for the water workshop information that's in the packet. If there's anybody who's watching this video or is interested in how the town's water system works and why we get the water we do and what our policies have been on connecting you, there's a lot of information. It's good to know.
Where was really good.
My request come through.
yep, I approved it.
Once you present it.
Not an option.
Sure. So what do you guys think? Are we gonna get a big snowstorm?
Think we'll see.
Getting rain for sure. Well, I never say for sure, but yeah, okay.
I'm ready if you guys are.
Right.
And
Just trying.
a full screen on mine, but. So I wanted to start just with this picture of the watershed to give some idea of where we get our water. We could start from left or west to the east. But really, we should start in the middle. If you see the Ralph Price Reservoir listing right there, that's in Button Rock. Pointer doesn't really show up as a pointer. But right in the center there, or you can of course see where Lyons is listed between the North and South St. Vrain. So originally Lyons, back in the late 1800s, got a decree to take water out of the St. Vrain Creek. That was how they were getting water initially. We had a water treatment plant to treat that water and then provide it to Lyons. That water again comes from the eastern slope. We can see the arrows here on the North St. Vrain and South St. Vrain showing it flow down past Lyons into Longmont. And that's really our basic water that we have locally. That would be native water to our area. At some point, it was determined that wasn't going to be enough water for basically most of the Front Range. And the Colorado Big Thompson project was formed through the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. There'll be a lot of acronyms to throw around here, but basically the district came together more for agriculture than municipal water uses. And they developed, again, what was called the Colorado Big Thompson project, and that stands for bringing water from the Colorado River on the western slope, where you see Grand Lake and Granby and the Windy Gap Reservoir, through a tunnel, through the Rocky Mountains, over to Estes Park, on down to Carter Lake, more pipelines into the Little Thompson and over into Lyons. If you're familiar with what's called the October Hole, or right, that area that got closed off recently by Northern Water, that is their property where water from the Colorado River dumps into the St. Vrain Creek and then goes down the St. Vrain Creek to where Longmont can take in the water and treat the water for us. Going on then to the next page, move some things around, but now I can't see my arrow. Just wanted to give some basics, and I could, yeah, bump it up.
This can be posted. We should.
But I should be able to just. But I should be able to just increase the fund side under the.
I'm not even, just your.
Right, the whole side. That's the room I thought you were talking about, no, that's search,
Do this one.
it's not, it's search. This is search, but I used to have one where I could increase the side.
Well, go ahead and
I
start.
think I got it here too. It's not in a browser. One other option then.
It's okay.
Just to keep going, okay, I was gonna open it in the presentation itself in a PowerPoint. But Lyons receives its treated potable water from Longmont. So back in 2003, Lyons decided it was too complicated to try to keep treating water with all the regulations that were involved. At least that's what I hear about most of the reason why they stopped doing the
They're
water.
too expensive, we didn't have the money, whatever.
Maybe because of because of what would be required to actually treat the water and meet the regulation. So that's when we did our agreement with Longmont. And for that treated water, we have to provide Longmont with the source of the raw water. It has to be a legal source. And that's where the subject of water rights comes in. And so again, I had mentioned that 2003 was when the agreement was done, and that agreement was to handle both Lyons receiving treated water and how we would provide Longmont with the water rights for that water. So Lyons also has its own requirements for any new connections that come to Lyons water system, which is sort of a separate set of regulations from this agreement between Lyons and Longmont. Right, Longmont regulated what they wanted to see when we started getting water from them, and we in turn then have to decide what we want to see for any new connections that come into the water system. And then just some basic information about an acre foot, which is what water is usually talked about or measured in for the size or the volume of water that we work with. And as a comparison or to see what it is in gallons, and it's 325,000 gallons of water is an acre foot, or that was developed as the amount of water to cover 1 acre of land by 1 foot of water. And then just to see that our average is about an acre foot, 3/4 to 1 acre foot is about what we get a day. It goes down in the winter, up in the summer with irrigation and other items, but that's about the average. And in general, we then have to provide 300 to 350 acre feet of water for a year's worth of water. And then I wanted to point out that Lyons has 4 sources of water rights. That original decree that I mentioned was from 1872. That's actually considered junior compared to most of the senior water rights. So it's concerning. They started, I thought, at 1840s, I think was the very original, but there wasn't a whole lot. So even the 1860s, but within 10 years, they were really all sucked up. We can do more in the actual water rights. Brandon and I put a presentation together a few years ago that we have, but that gets really into some of the legal details. In our conversation here, it's an idea of knowing that that was our first water right and how much water do we get from that each year. So in 2024, 98 acre feet. As I said, we usually need about 300 to 350. That year, it was 28% of the water we used came from the St. Vrain Creek. And you can see going down, that fluctuates up and down. In one year, it was only 3%. This year, Longmont actually has concerns if we'll get any water out of that because of the way the water is now. And it depends on timing, who needs water at what time of the year. If we're usually getting it at a particular time when other users don't need it, then we can take it. If they need it and they have senior water rights, they can say, we need the water now. Even though you guys usually took it at this time, you can't because we're senior and we get that water. So again, we then started getting the CBT units of water. Again, that went pretty far back. Could pull up the specifics, the fifties, maybe. But by 2023, we had over 500 units of CBT. As of last year, I guess as of the start of this water year, one side note, the water year runs from November 1st of the year before until October. So this year's water year started November 1st of 2025 and runs till October 31st of 2026. That's the 26 water year. So we had 731 units of CBT, and we can get into how these CBT are determined for how much water you get. Northern Water actually each year declares how much water you can get for a unit of CBT. And this year it was 80% of an acre foot. So if we take our 731 units times 80%, we could get 518 acre feet of water. Again, trying to keep in mind, we usually need 300 acre feet for a year. So that's pretty sufficient in water. That's plenty of water for this year. But we want to keep in mind, as you think more about water, what happens when we're at 40%. That would be half of that number, or down in the 260 or so acre feet, and potentially not enough. I've not seen a 40% decree of that's how much water, but we never know where things are going. We want to keep that in mind. The third,
So in 2003, when we struck the agreement with Longmont for the water, it was agreed then that every new house that was constructed in Lyons.
we get into the,
Okay, you gonna cover that?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
so the Ralph Price Reservoir at Button Rock actually originally was Lyons. In 1969, we worked out a deal that we then said, okay, again, not knowing the specifics why, but it was maybe easier, or for whatever legal reasons, it was worked out that Longmont would maintain that and take care of that. And in exchange, we have the 300 acre feet. And I suppose I should have put in there, we have the first 300 acre feet. So that being when water goes in or out, maybe it's even better to consider it the last 300 acre feet. Because no matter what, we have that 300 acre feet in there.
At the very bottom.
There are different regulations on refilling a reservoir, so we do have to take into consideration how we refill it if we use that. That's a separate set of water rights from the stream or creek water rights. At this point, that's been kept somewhat as a reserve. The last source of water,
Aaron, question about that, and I think I read this somewhere. It sounds great that we've got like the bottom 300 acre feet of Ralph Price Reservoir, but my understanding is that the water rights for filling Ralph Price Reservoir that Longmont built at some point aren't that senior.
Correct.
So that even though we may have the bottom 300 feet, if Ralph Price Reservoir itself goes out of priority, that may not always be there.
and it's, I don't know how much that's in priority at all. Longmont doesn't necessarily even use their prioritization for it. They do exchanges. We can get into a lot more other things about how you exchange water from one place to another. Something called augmentation, which is supplying water at a different time of year versus when you take it. Exchange is supplying different water to a different place. And right, CBT, as we said, comes in right here in Lyons. You can't get CBT water up at Button Rock, but you can work an exchange agreements out between somebody else who might be able to allow water in there in exchange for the CBT. So it can get complicated really fast. And at the high level, again, it's something to be aware of, thinking again of 300 acre feet as potentially 1 year's worth of water. Should everything else go wrong, we'd have 1 year of water there to figure out what we're doing a year later. The last source of water we have is a newer one. Longmont allowed us to start accepting Lake McIntosh Reservoir. For those who don't remember, back in the that first map, real quick, way out here by Longmont. I guess I have it blocked by this is, oh, here down at the bottom, Lake McIntosh. So that's a source of water that Longmont can treat and it can be used. There are a number of other things that still need to be worked out with Lake McIntosh. Part of it was that it was something that cost less than CBT. So when we were looking to try to get affordable housing going for less than the huge expense that CBT was, it was an option that we could work with. And as we move forward, develop how best to use that water, but it is a form of water rights the town has. Lastly, we have some rights to certain irrigation ditches, like the Lions Ditch, which runs right through town. That is non-potable water. That's irrigation water that does not have the right to be treated and used by a treatment facility. We actually have a couple of shares even in the Palmerton ditch, which we could see how if we might be able to try to use
On
them.
Lions Ditch, in years past, we usually use that to irrigate Laverne Johnson Park and Sandstone Park, and it goes to some residential areas, but
And the depot.
and when you said sprinklers going at the depot. But this year, it's not clear we're even gonna have enough water to exercise our Lions Ditch
And-
rights, which means we'd have to use treated water for that, right?
And we should be careful and clear that even then, that's why a lot of time, those who've been trustees before, remember, we actually offer CBT to the Lions Ditch. So that CBT water can actually flow through there. The standard, I think, has been 8 units of CBT.
Mhm.
So even when we think we may be using the Lions Ditch, we're using CBT. However, at least it's not treated. We haven't sort of, you could say, wasted that water, sending it to Longmont, treating it, having it come back and then irrigate our land. But it may not really be water from the St. Vrain Creek legally coming out of there, but it might be CBT in legality. Just to be aware of that.
What is the dish that services the high school athletic fields? That doesn't concern us, right?
Yeah, it's called the Styles, something Styles.
I think it was the Reese and
Regional
Styles,
Styles, ditch.
although there's been some controversy how that works from the Meadow Ditch, and I've started to hear some controversy on where they're tied together and not tied together. That's up to the water commissioner. We could look into seeing what type of water rights. We do actually have a document from one of the water attorney companies that talks about the ditches out there and what the town might have had from Bone Park. Most of that has not been used. There's always a concern when you're not using water for 10 years. It can legally, someone can go to court and say, this has not been used for 10 years. It goes away and you no longer have that water right. So you can look through the document again. It's a big number of pages that's out there that has information.
And that little ditch that services the kids' playpool.
Meadow
The
ditch.
meadow, yep, and how those two come together at the South St. Vrain Creek.
And do we have rights to that? Is that?
It's in Martin,
We
the
have-
Martin parcel. I would
Martin
assume the
parcel, that's
Martin
it.
parcel had something, but you'd have to get paid maybe attorneys to find it, so.
I don't think we have a.
In depth. Wanted to move on to the water rights
That's 101. We'll get to 201.
that that Lions requires. Now we're switching a little bit from any concerns with just getting our water and being able to tell Longmont how we legally get that water, to now the policy that we have for those who want to get water from Lions. You can take even the building at 400 Main Street, right? They actually have a previous 3/4 inch tap that was there, but they need to have more water than that. So if they come to say they need a 1-inch tap, they are going to need to submit some type of water rights for that additional connection. Or we have those 8 lots along McConnell and Carter. They've actually all already put in their water rights dedication, but when they were first being looked at to be developed, it was just last year that the owners of those came and some submitted cash, which we'll get to after this. For some of the lots, they gave us CBT units. We also have the policy of Lake McIntosh. So in this, you can see the basics. There's a little bit more to it with definitions. It was further in the packet for one of the topics that's covered, but the basics are, except for the affordable housing, attainable housing, mixed level housing, commercial or economic development, the town requires a unit of CBT. For each service connection added for one of those other affordable housing, attainable housing, mixed commercial or economic development, you could submit either that unit of CBT or 1 4/10 shares of Lake McIntosh. It's 1 4/10 because that was what was equal to 1 unit of CBT for the volume of water you could get on average. We could actually look at changing that, and I'll go through it with the UEB. It might be simpler to make it 1.5 just for math for everybody, and so we get one extra share. We can actually request, I don't want to say whatever we want for water, but we have some flexibility with what we think is needed. These requirements, I want to try to point out, are not specifically just for that residence. When we took in for that development, water in the beginning, we had to take into account what was needed for municipal, what was needed for the parks, right? New additions, when we added Bone Park, we put a new service connection, we accounted for that. But originally, in 2003, Laverne Johnson Park and the items there were already there. Town Hall was already here. The fire department is using water. So we're really looking at what do we need for our whole water portfolio to cover all the water. I'm trying to start to stress more and more that we shouldn't really look at this as a one-to-one. It's not 1 unit for one particular 3/4 inch tap. Most of the time you could get by, and many places will, accept 1/3 of a unit. You could do 3 units for 1 unit of CBT because of the amount of water on average a residence might use. So we're looking at our full portfolio of our water needs. Again, that 300 to 350 acre feet of water per year. What will we have as we continue to grow? Need, again, emergency.
Aaron, something I emphasized there, it's in your material, is there's a provision that allows municipal code that gives the Board of Trustees very broad discretion with any particular new use as to what you would accept out of cash in lieu, CBP. So if we want to encourage or discourage a particular development or type of development, we have discretion to do that. We have a general policy that says what we normally do. But if something comes along with really wanted lines, we can change, basically go with any of those. Or if there's something comes along, we don't want that type of industry in lines, we could say full CBT shares, no waivers and basically disincentivize things. Just keep that in mind as you see developments coming in the future.
Aaron, is there an easy way to think about the fraction of that 300 to 350 that's used for residential, commercial, and municipal purposes?
No, I have those numbers. I could look at it and make a note of the action item. I can get what the average percentage. I've been looking the last few years to try to understand what they are. It definitely changes as certain types of commercial come and go. Or, if it's an industry that's actually putting a lot of that water into a bottle or a can, and if their volume is way up, that's going to change the commercial side versus if their volume is way down. And then hopefully if we fix the wastewater treatment facility, we can use a lot less water there. We can start using non-potable. That will change the fraction for the municipal side of things because that's the biggest one on the municipal. Well, take that back. The parks are up there also when they are using potable water versus non-potable water. On with the actual agreement with Longmont, which is called the Treated Water IGA. And it was done originally in 2003. Relatively soon after, in 2004, a first amendment was done. We've had a total of 4 amendments to that agreement, with the last one being just a couple of years ago, where we changed how what Longmont requires of us to dedicate these water rights. They gave us a little more leeway. They are allowing us to make some more decisions. So each year we have to dedicate a portion of our rights to Longmont. However, we continue to own those. We are the owner of all the water rights we obtain. They're not being transferred over to Longmont. They don't go into Longmont's portfolio. That does give us some ability to make decisions if somehow we decided we were able to open up and start treating water again, we would have water rights to be able to do that. If somehow there was some other water provider, there is other water that comes at least to 3666, we would have an option there. It really helps keep Lyons running its own water system. It gives us options. So in 2026, which November 1st of 2025 was when we had to dedicate 708.8 units of CBT and 59.3 shares of our Lake McIntosh to Longmont for that particular year. Each year we have to determine how many shares and units we have to dedicate. And you'll notice down there, to go through it, the base amount in the agreement is 479 units of CBT. Why? It's another complication. It started at 500. It got dropped down. I'll toot my own horn. I was able to find a few years ago that I found these extra shares, and then all of a sudden Lions had 21 extra shares of CBT at $50,000 a piece. Then in the dedication requirements, in addition to the base units in 2003, right, Longmont said, here's what you need for where you're at. 500 units of CBT got modified to 479. But each time you have a new connection, it falls into one of two categories. These categories called pre-existing commitments or a new approval. And a pre-existing commitment was a property in town that was not yet connected to the water system, but would be expected to connect to the water system at some point in time. So they were accounted for with these 500 units, said, okay, step back. We actually had, I think it was 598, if I have the number right. It was close to 600. They said, you have almost 100 additional units you're not dedicating to us on the side for all the new properties that come into town. So those properties in the agreement with Longmont says you do not need to require them to bring a unit of CBT. We could if we wanted to. We actually went back and forth a few years back on some changes because of concerns. But Longmont's agreement does not require us to then require these properties to bring a CBT unit. That's the big difference between a new approval. If we annex property into town, or it's something that was outside of the Lions boundaries, or I shouldn't say just the boundaries, there are some properties outside of town that had a special agreement made for them. Again, there's always exceptions to rules. But if it was not one of these pre-existing commitments, and that's why it's called a pre-existing commitment, it could be in town, it could have an agreement, some other way it gets water already or it's expected to. These other ones, Longmont said in the agreement, or I should phrase it as Lions accepted that we would accept requiring any of those to bring water rights. That's what that dedication policy was that we just looked at before. And that's our agreement to Longmont. We told Longmont, in order for you to feel secure that Lions is taking care of its water rights portfolio, we will have a requirement that says we will take in CBT, now Lake McIntosh water for every new connection. This is where I get to say it's a little bit open and we want to be cautious and careful. We do have it in the code about accepting cash in lieu. There are always there are exceptions, as we just mentioned. So it was left open that in certain circumstances, depending on where the town is at, you could accept cash instead of an actual water right. But that was not a standard policy in the agreement with Longmont. So when we're looking at cash, we're looking at it for a specific period of time because of specific reasons. We have, looks to be that we're in good shape. We could accept cash in lieu. For some other reason, we wanted to take the cash in lieu.
You might mention there, Aaron, that like when you see that we dedicated 709 basically to 731 units of CPT that we own, we've got, what is it now, roughly 8 known pre-existing lots, old lots in town that don't have water connections. So we got to reserve some shares for those. But that leaves us some extra shares I mean, you don't want to take it down to zero because you never know when some unknown claim will come up. But if we have, let's just say, 8 extra CBT shares that we don't think we need to save for these pre-existing old lots, times 55,000 or so now, that's $440,000 of water rights we own that, by the way, we can't sell. Our agreement with Longmont prohibits them from selling it. So when somebody comes along for a new development and says, could I pay you cash in lieu instead of me going out and finding a CBT share? That is a possible way for us to take a $450,000 roughly asset and monetize it, and that money goes into the water and wastewater fund. So we've got some assets on the books that we can't sell, but when we take cash in lieu, basically get converted to cash in the water fund.
And I would just say by extra, those that are
Yeah.
shares then that the town owns, but has not been dedicating to Longmont each year.
Yeah.
They're just in our portfolio
So-
for them.
It's, I think it's important to note that the CBT shares are limited. There's only, I think, 330,000. There's not a commodity that's always in the price goes up and down. And I think right now the price is low on.
Actually going down a little bit.
With Chimney Hollow coming on, that's going down. Aaron, we only have about 5 minutes.
Yep, that's good. We're only got 2 more slides, so should be right on. The treated water IGA. So I had already mentioned 2003 and 4 amendment. What I also wanted to emphasize about this IGA was Longmont, as I've worked with them more, really looks at a water shortage. In talking with others, Longmont is one of the most conservative and keeps water. They don't really sell anything. When I've heard others, they were a part of some of the newer original agreements to get more water from Northern Waters projects. Other towns, I probably shouldn't just name different ones, sold off a bunch of their rights where they felt comfortable doing that. Longmont kept all of theirs that they have been involved with. And what they look at is basically the 1% of a drought. We talk a lot about the 1% floodplain, the chance of a flood happening once every 100 years. They look at what it would be for a drought of 1 in 100 years. And that actually comes out to 7 years of drought status, that the water is going short to some extent in the St. Vrain watershed for 7 years. And they're trying to look at what would it be if we had the scare that we've had now. I say scare, we'll see what develops. We're getting some moisture, things, knock on wood, look good for El Nino. But if they do continue to be really dry, what would it take? And when they developed the agreement with Lions, that would have been one of the things they were considering is Lions. We want to make sure if you're getting water from us, you are also taking into consideration this. So that's why they have said, we want you to require, say, 1 CBT for each 3/4 inch tap. That was a way of making sure that Lions was protecting itself and therefore also protecting Longmont in times of drought. Right, that's the next part I put on the slide. During a drought, I wanted to point out, as was just mentioned, our decree may not provide any water. We saw where sometimes it was up to 50, 1 year it was at 10%. If it's at 0%, then we do need to really be able to rely on CBT. And we've said now we do have that unit Ralph Price. I always want to say Button Rock, but the reservoir itself is called Ralph Price Reservoir. Because he's the one who actually signed that 1969 agreement I saw when I don't know the details. I want to learn a little more. But those water sources may be our only options. Again, we're always looking to use the water from the St. Vrain. It's our original local water in the agreement. It is the first water Longmont will use whenever we can. We can go on and check and see if we're able to use that water. I've started to learn how to go check the site and see if we're in priority, so I could see right at that day whether we're using that water or not using that water. We find out at the end of the year, they tell us how much we've used in the year. Again, I point out, as I mentioned before, 40% is only 292 acre feet. If our CBT, so if we're in a drought and the quota was set at 40, we would be a little short. And then as I mentioned, the IGAs help prepare for a severe drought. So the last step, right, I think 8 was just additional, nice blank easy one. I didn't have any additional items. I wanted space in case I did. But this talked more about the actual service connections now, again, leaving the IGA between Lyons and Longmont, what we require of people. And we talk a lot about the single family equivalent and SFE. I think now a lot of it's going to single dwelling. They're moving away from the topic of calling things family unit and it's now dwelling. But a 3/4 inch pipe or tap is a single family equivalent. So if you have a 1-inch pipe, that's 2 3/4 inches. If you have a 2-inch pipe, it's actually 6 3/4 inches because it's a circle in diameter. It goes exponentially instead of just arithmetically up. And then the other thing to keep in mind is for a multiple unit dwelling, Longmont and Lyons negotiate to say, well, there's 2 dwellings in the same building, one property, they're probably not each using a full one. We'll allow 7/10 of a unit per dwelling unit. So that's why there were some fractions back before when you saw we've used 208 or we need to dedicate 708.8. It's because as you see, a 3-unit dwelling would require 2.1 units, or 4 would be 2.8 units. In November 2025, our agreement with Longmont, which I did include in there, if you want to look at after, I didn't think we'd have time, but I put it in as a first document. You can look at in your own time, that agreement. We had 977.1 single family equivalents. The IGA allows us a maximum of 1,250, so something to keep in mind. We only have slightly less than 300 that we could go to before we'd have to go renegotiate our agreement with them. So their plan are considering 1,250 as the maximum they would need supplied. Their water rights, their setting for whether or not they would accept certain water rights are based on that 1,250. And each year in November, we provide that letter to Longmont. And it was, yep, that was it. 2 minutes.
Nice job. Yeah.
Good person.
A lot of
My
my
water.
there's a, in the packet that Aaron also put is the water letter that was signed in last November. And I just pull out one figure for that just because I think it's important that our average daily water use for the prior year was 281,000 gallons per day. The capacity we're supposed to have, our limit with Longmont for gallons per day is 383,000. So that difference, 281,000 to 383,000, is basically kind of our safety net. And we're lucky that we're not bumping them up against that. We have pretty good safety net in Lyons compared to many places. And who do we thank for that? Our predecessors as trustees. If you look at when we got our water shares, and Dolores has put together a historical list of when we bought our water shares back in the 1940s, the Lyons Board of Trustees, when they couldn't have had much money back then, but also the water shares were pretty cheap back then. Well, the original purchase was something like 490 shares, in the 400 range of CBP shares back in the 1940s at dirt cheap price.
You're really 30.
And that, to this day, and then Lyons all along has had pretty strict policies of putting up a CBP share when you're going to build a new single family market rate house, even though that's more water than that house is going to use. Over the year, that's built up that excess capacity. And when you see years like this, let's start raining soon. We're lucky to have that, and we're in better shape than many places, and we thank our predecessors on the work they're doing.
And I would mention, just because that was the average numbers, right, that you.
Right, and there's maximum numbers too.
And that would be more concerning, because, right, the maximum you could have a water leak or something else and get up there, and that's where you want to really be careful. The average throughout the year, you can expect the low side in the winter and the high side in the summer can balance. But I always look to make sure, and I have this in the weight, I have it up here if I can look at it. Right, the maximum is really about 1 million up here at 999, 588. And our maximum last year was 726, so about 75%, which is pretty good buffer.
Pretty good spread. Trustee Williams, you had something you would?
Yeah, just another highlight from the water letter that's worth locking into our minds. The rate that Longmont charges for 1,000 gallons was about $3 per thousand last year, $3.30 per gallon this year, $3.60 per gallon next year. From 3 to 3.30 to 3.60.
Those were their biggest jumps we've seen.
Yep.
In, since the beginning of an arrangement with them.
And the last board started doing annual inflationary increases to match the Colorado CPI index, but that's higher than the roughly 3% inflation index. So does that suggest possible water rate increases in the future? Maybe.
What I would point out though, that is what we pay wholesale for Longmont, and so while their increase from 3.30 to 3.60 is 30 cents, is like 10% or so. But once you add our charge for it is $6 per thousand, and we have the base fee on top of that to help protect it. If we look at the overall, what we paid Longmont, that may be just 20% of our total bill. I don't have it in my mind. I can't picture what it is, but it's not right. Our entire cost for water includes a lot more than just what we pay Longmont. So that increase would be maybe closer to the CPI of our charges. When we go up by the CPI, we may cover that.
One quick question, maybe it's a topic for another time, but do we have a handle on loans in our distribution system? I know occasionally we have loans, but we aren't by midtown or
I don't think there, I should say, I don't think there's a whole lot of leak. We could look. There are still concerning areas, but some of those now we're finding more concerns of a meter going bad. That's not always seen right away. Or taking into consideration just the way I have to now look at how we're actually accounting for the non-potable we use versus the potable water at the park and some areas like that. So I think it's more an idea of just looking at some of the billing than at the leaks themselves. But we do have 100,000 set aside. Right now it's to look at the Apple Valley water line. I want to see what if we could look at the whole system for 100,000. I don't know, but we have 100,000 to look into that in more detail this year.
6:57, so I'll close the workshop and we'll reconvene in a regular meeting. Thank you again.
Just hold my horses.
Call this meeting to order and ask Rick Vasquez to please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Browning,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Wingard, Trustee Jacobs, Trustee Schwartz, Trustee Lowell, Trustee Williams,
Present.
and Trustee McCreary.
Present.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge with respect that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. And in that regard, given the climate situation out here recently, I did an AI inquiry today about, is it true that Native American tribes did rain dances? And I got this response. Yes, many Native American tribes, particularly in the arid Southwest, performed ceremonial rain dances to call for rain, honor nature, and ensure crop growth. These rituals, often involving singing, specialized attire, and specific choreography, were considered crucial for survival and were sometimes performed in late summer to encourage rain. So with that in mind, we will observe a moment of silence, and if anybody wishes to include rain in their thoughts, please feel free to do so. The next item is the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any changes anyone wants to make to the agenda? Trustee Jacobs.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 9.1, the appointments for the commissions and boards, due to some confusion about procedural concerns, and I think there's some conversations that we can have, and I'd like to table that for discussion in the next meeting, maybe
To make sure I understand your motion, you are moving to remove that from the agenda for tonight?
for tonight, table it for a future, until we can have some further discussion.
I believe that a motion to table means to set it aside for later time. Are you actually moving to continue it to a different?
And pardon me for not knowing the
Okay,
exact
it's okay.
language. I want to discuss it further, so table it for discussion.
Continue it to a date certain, I think is the verbiage we're looking for.
Continue to a date certain, either May 18th or June 1st, depending on when we have time.
There's a motion made to continue that item to May 18th is what I heard. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Trustee Jacobs.
I have some concerns about the process in general, because I don't understand it after looking at the code. It looks like there's a procedure for posting vacancies and public postings of vacancies. I don't see that there was a vacancy on Parks and Rec. And I also just looking through the code, it looks like this is a process that generally the mayor appoints and the board confirms. And so I'd love a chance to see applications, just have an idea of what, I know we haven't traditionally been confirming them in any way, but it is what the code says. So I'd just like to follow the code, or if the board doesn't want the code to say that, make that change.
We will, I guess, let's just go this way. Further discussion.
It doesn't seem like an urgent matter. It doesn't seem like it would preclude the town from getting business done, so I figure moving to the date, certain.
Trustee Lowell.
I'm in favor of keeping it on tonight's agenda. I think the appointment protocol is very clearly spelled out in the Alliance Municipal Code, and so it needs to be changed at this point.
I'll go next on this. Since I've been first joined the board in 2018, I do not recall the with respect to mayoral appointment, at a public meeting, an objection or a motion of this nature being made. The actual wording of the Ohio Municipal Code is that, applications are made for, boards and commissions to the mayor and county clerk. And the mayor, appointment shall be made by the mayor and confirmed by the board of trustees. Talks about the mayor appointing one or more non-residents. The procedure that has been honored board after board, meeting after meeting for many years, is that the mayor, basically announces the appointments in a public meeting so that everybody, including the board, knows who's appointed. And they are routinely confirmed by the board. From discussions with Trustee Jacobs, I believe that she wishes to potentially change that procedure, which raises at least a couple of issues. To the extent that there may be objections to a particular appointment, the appointments to boards and commissions is not something that can be discussed in a executive session. So that presents a possibility of actually discussing the merits or lack thereof of a particular appointee or someone of an existing board that would be being replaced in a public session, which a matter of some concern. And secondly, the process by which a board of trustees, which is limited to two persons, discussing matters outside of being noticed public meeting, becomes extremely difficult to try to screen in advance. We don't have standing subcommittees, unlike, for example, appointments in Congress. How do you screen in advance without violating the open meetings laws? Those are both areas of concern, and this would be a radical change to existing procedures. That may be something this board wishes to discuss. This board, any board can always amend the code and change procedures that have existed for many years. That is an option. But my preference would be to go ahead and do these appointments tonight. These are changes to commissions. And there are vacancies as to 4 of them. There is a replacement as to the Parks and Recreation Commission. With respect to that particular appointment, since Trustee Jacobs has raised that, I intend to follow and have followed it with regard to that appointment and the others here. Practices that, in my experience, all mayors have followed, which is to consult with the chairman of the board or commission that's involved and to consult with the board liaison to that with respect to the potential vacancy fillings, and also if there are members that have exceeded their 2-year term, whether those members should stay on the commission or not. I did that in this instance. It was the input from both the board liaison, but the role of the Parks and Recreation Commission and the commission chair. It was appropriate to make a replacement appointment at this time. The reason for that being that during the prior board, issues arose with respect to use of buyout properties in the confluence area that were proposed by the Parks Commission. And residents of the confluence area made it clear that they wish to be consulted about that and had concern about the initial proposal. Confluence resident submitted an application to serve on the Parks and Recreation Commission last October. It's been pending then. No one has left the Parks and Recreation Commission since then. It was also discussed that the plan for deed restricted buyout properties that was adopted in 2018 needs to be reconsidered. The Parks Commission will play an important role in that reconsideration process. And I considered it to be appropriate to put a confluence resident on the Parks Commission. This particular appointee has attended a number of Parks and Recreation Commission meetings self-applied. It was the opinion of both the chair and the liaison of that commission. That her participation as a commission member would be appropriate and beneficial to the commission. So that was the reason for that appointment. And I would like to, at least for tonight, continue the longstanding practice and tradition of how mayoral appointments and board confirmations have occurred. And if the board wishes to consider changing that procedure in the future, that's certainly something they can do in during the future agenda. But partly to get each of these appointees up and going on the various commissions to which they'll be appointed. It is my position that we should move forward and appoint these tonight. Trustee Williams.
I appreciate the mayor's comments and the trustees' comments on the question. I tend to respect the mayor's latitude in making some of these decisions. I do think there's merit to continuing this to another night for a couple of reasons. One is, even if it is only so that we trustees can understand the process, including the process of application and the number of vacancies and some of the thinking that we've begun to hear tonight, I think that's worthwhile. And if there are any changes to be made in the process, we can certainly discuss that. I would be surprised if we as a body chose to make dramatic changes in the way that these appointments are made, or even in the particular individuals that have already been nominated and that might ultimately be nominated and confirmed by the board. Even so, I think it's worth the discussion. And I would look forward to being a part of that at a further date, at a later date. The one other just note that I might have in mind between now and then is whether there are other ways to gather information about these appointments. I know that the mayor's done a lot of homework on this and has thought very seriously about these individuals and what these particular commissions need and who might be represented. It certainly makes sense to talk to the chairs of these commissions and the liaisons to these commissions and perhaps the staff liaisons to the commissions. I'm sure they have views about who's been especially helpful to them and the areas of expertise that they bring to the commission. So I'd add that as a potential source of input. And then the last thing I'd say on any of this is I think our commission structure is one of the very healthy differences between Lyons and lots of other municipalities or jurisdictions. And I would do everything that we can to make sure that it continues to sustain trustee support and staff support and community support and continues to be representative.
You raised a question about what could be done on an interim and between meeting basis with regard to potential appointees. I would ask the town attorney to advise us about what can be done, the limits of what we can do in between meetings about potential individual appointments.
I mean, we could pass out the application as part of the confirmation process. We could have a two-step process where the first one the mayor nominates, and then the second meeting, the board confirms. I think there's different ideas we can play with to help satisfy the concern, I think. I think that's part of the discussion for the next meeting if we do continue this, though.
But to be clear, there should be no more than two at a time trustee discussion of potential.
Of course. Yeah, I think there's different things that can be done short of having, three trustees talk about this.
Trustee McCreary.
Yeah, I would like to table this as well. I received the application for the individual who's suggested to be appointed to the Sustainable Futures Commission. That's likely because I'm a liaison. And then I had heard about one for EDC, but would have appreciated getting a chance to see that application. And then I know that I'm not liaison for the rest, but I think, these people are invested in making our town better. I think it would do us all a service to see who they are and learn a little bit about each of them. We're in the public eye on the trustee side and they're not quite as much, but maybe we can at least learn a little bit about these people.
Other comments? I believe the motion on the table, made and seconded, is to continue this item until the May 18th agenda. All for the.
And the motion passes 4-2.
Okay, the next item is audience business. Our policy in the past has been, and we're discussing your continuing the policy, has been a decision making this turn against that. We request a 4-minute limit for those who choose to speak. Unless you're here, I don't believe that there is a actual public hearing tonight.
Yeah.
And then the first reading. And those ordinance familiars, let's see. No. Members of the audience who wish to address the board, please come forward. How many of them are?
I have 4.
Okay, so 4, so it'll be 4 minutes each. Please identify your name and your address, and we'll ask everybody.
We shortened that to street address.
Yeah, right, and your address and your street, and ask everybody confine their discussion to things that are matters of business. Thank you.
Yep, first we have Gil Sparks, followed by Crystal DeCoster.
Good evening, Mayor, Board, Administrators. Appreciate the opportunity. Welcome to the next couple of years of some very interesting discussions. I come here for 2 reasons. I will deliberately try to keep it under 4 minutes. The first is we're starting a season of events in town, many of which support your local nonprofits, including Lions Community Foundation and Leaf. The Sandstone Concert Series will start on Wednesday night on June 17th. Then Hoop Nanny this year is it's a combination fundraiser between Leaf and LCF. It will be August 29th in Bone Park. That is a change of location and time from a Sunday to a Saturday. I am currently out recruiting sponsorships. If you know anybody who would like to support this effort, please send them my way. The second thing I'd like to bring up, you've got on your consent agenda tonight, is the formation of a Sundance task force. And just wanted to let you know, if you don't already know, that Sarah Lorang and I have raised our hands to volunteer to co-chair that if you so desire. But just for your information, thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal DeCoster, followed by Kay Sparks.
I have my little handout. Good evening, Mayor and trustees. I'm Crystal DeCosta, 113 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. I'm here on behalf of the Lyons Creative District to share a brief update. Get everybody up to speed. There's lots going on. First, I'm pleased to introduce our Operations and Engagement Manager, Leslie Parks, who began her role on April 1st. Ashley came through a thoughtful and competitive selection process, and we're already benefiting from her strong community-centered approach. As a reminder, the LCD received the official Creative District distinction from Colorado Creative Industries on October 22nd. Building on that momentum, a public meeting was held on November 20th, and with representatives from the town of Lyons, the LCD, the LHC, the Lyons Community Theater, and local business and community members. From that conversation, there was a shared understanding that the LCD would step into a broader umbrella role for the arts and culture of Lyons, helping to align and support efforts across the community. At the December 1st BOT meeting, Jeannie Moore and I presented this direction along with several components, including budget considerations, the transition of responsibility and funding for the quarterly library and town hall art shows and receptions, and a request for potential additional support. Later that evening, the board discussed the possibility of an additional $5,000 in town support, as well as the generous offer of some town staff hours to assist with our successful launch. Support was also expressed for utilizing an already approved budget line item to enable both LHC and LCD representatives to attend this June's Colorado Creative Industry Summit in Trinidad. A follow-up strategy discussion was held on December 23rd with town and LCD partners. And we further explored pacing for future events, possibilities for the visitor center evolution as an arts-centered hub, and the thoughtful alignment of the progression of the LHC and LCD efforts. 2026 was identified as a transition year with the LHC and LCD working in coordination to align programs, communications, and support for the creative community. The goal is to strengthen what exists, reduce duplication, and create a more connected and sustainable framework for arts and culture. As one visible step in that direction, CDOT will soon be installing official Colorado Creative District signage at the main entrances of towns, marking lines as a recognized destination for the arts, culture, and creative enterprise. We're grateful for the continued partnership with the town and the many contributors across our creative ecosystem. I'd like to extend a sincere congratulations to this community brought on board. Thank you for your investment of time, your holistic care, and energy in service to Lions. We invite you and the community to join us at upcoming arts gatherings throughout the year. The Tandem Art Show's opening receptions are a simple and meaningful way to experience collaborative work in action, where artist community, LCD and LHC and visitors come together in shared space and conversation. We look forward to continuing to build LCD alongside you and to see creativity not only as something we celebrate, but as something that continues to shape the vitality, authenticity, and connectivity that is natural to Lions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect timing. Next, Kay Sparks, followed by Feeny Sparks.
Yes, we are related. Hey, Sparks, 69. I have the privilege of reporting the monthly meetings for the Redstone Review. I try to do that as accurately as possible. At your inaugural meeting, I found that challenging because I could not hear some of it. I've moved up a little and Scout. I'm also an elder and I'm also hearing impaired. I have a hearing, so those are factors. I went to the Zoom to catch and I still couldn't hear you. I heard that the owl wasn't working quite as well as the owl should, but I still had to go to staff to get the right information. I'm asking 3 things. First, move forward, cut down the distance between us and you and the owl. And get a little closer. Let's bring that. 2, for those of you who have soft voices, just bring up just a notch and enunciate well for my old years. And 3rd, and this is the challenging one. For those of you who tend to talk quickly, if you could just slow down just a little, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you for helping me out. Kindness to old folks gets you points towards heaven.
And next I have Feeny Sparks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Feeny Sparks. I live at 107 Bone Court in Lions. I am very grateful to be owning the little mud hut here in town. And this is also what my question is about. So we are in our 4th year now with the mud hut, and it is a lot of fun. And sometimes the English words don't come as quickly. We intend to keep going. And so one thing I wanted to inquire about tonight is advertising. Like, what is allowed? What can I do? What are the procedures we have to consider? And a lot of people come in the mornings, obviously, from the east and going into town, seeing us fairly easily. And there are some options I'm working on that are also legal to put up signs coming from the side. But the challenging part, and my question for tonight is, leaving town, like coming down from the mountain in the afternoons. People often say, "Oh, I didn't see you," and there's no advertisement. And my question is, what can be done? And I would love to find some advertisement that we can put up and try to figure out where can I start in the process. So the people can see the Mud Hut and also the other businesses like Denrac or the Spirit Hound. I don't know if these businesses also are interested in having little signage put up and where that could be. And if there is something permanently possible or something removable, like something like this, very modest, like a yard sign that is just put in the ground. Yeah. And that's really all. I'm just interested to see what my next steps could be. And I have a little write-up for, I don't know who I can give this to, that you can maybe hand with it. Thank you very much, and congratulations to your election.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in audience business? Hearing none, it's been our procedure to allow trustees to respond to audience business presentation. Any trustees have any responses or comments? Question roll.
Yes, Kay, it's funny, about 5 minutes before you get up to speak, I got a message from my wife that said, "Speak up." So you have been heard, and I will have the rest of the hour in a more forthright manner. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, just go like this if I'm not getting it.
You can move that table forward too.
Yeah.
No,
No, you can move
yours
this
if
so
you want to.
people can see you,
Oh, great.
You can hear better.
because you're fun to see.
Other trustee comments?
With regards to the advertising for the Mud Hut, I would first invite you to attend some EVC meetings and just get amongst which you maybe have, and just get amongst the local businesses that are here and that are willing to, collaborate and support one another and chat with them about some advertising strategies. I know that is a hot button topic for the business community right now anyways. I love that it's already been 4 years. That's crazy. It does not feel like it's been 4 years. So I wish you all the best with that advertising effort, and as myself wearing a different hat, being part of the business community. If I can do anything to support you, please let me know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, any comments?
Just a couple. First, thank you, Crystal, and thank you, Sparks, one and all. Crystal, one of the things that I think we can do better still in Lyons is to take full advantage of the special districts. So to understand what the town as a town government might get involved in. And it warms my heart to see you as the creative district working closely with the Arts and Humanities Commission and bringing others in. I think that's a very powerful model. And I think anything that we can do to make it work for a creative district and fire district and school district and library district and the LoRa, all of the other creatures that we have here that can do really important things without the town government having to undertake everyone is a really smart move. Thank you. The one other comment I'd make, Gil, I'm happy to see that the partnership that LCF and LEAF took last year to do Hootney together was enough of a success that you're going down the same path this year. So again, this model of two really critical institutions here working together to make the most of an important event. Thanks a lot.
My response is briefly, thank you, Crystal, for again reminding us of the creative district's progress and importance. And this is going to be a transition year between LAHC and the creative district. I'm going to be the liaison to the LAHC, and I've already had a brief discussion with the LAHC chair about that process, and it'll be an evolving process. And I look forward to working with both the LAHC and the creative district on that. And with that, we have an item related to the creative district on our agenda tonight, which should help move them forward. As to the owl, I will try to speak up as well. when I first joined the board, we had microphones in front of each of us and punching the red and green buttons and everything was quite a hassle. So we went to the owl. The advantage of the microphone was that when it was in front of you, you tended to, speak into the mic, whereas you forget the owl is there. I don't know if the owl's location, which is 10 feet from where I'm sitting,
That's an extender.
that's an extension too. I mean, I don't know if there's a more sensitive extension we could get,
Mayor,
Yes,
I do have a Televic rep coming out next Wednesday, I believe, just because if you recall too, when we redid the dais, it kind of shrunk. Like it just feels you're so tight, so those microphones didn't really fit.
Yep.
Everybody's got a device now, a tablet, so, but they've got to have something that we can, so we're looking and hopefully it's not $50,000.
speak to that thing there. Speak up here. There's no obvious direction to get your voice, but all of us, I think we'll try to do better on that as much as we can. As to the advertising in the Mud Hut, I would also join what Trustee McCurry said and encourage you to discuss that with the Economic Vitality Commission. And I believe town staff is aware of this, and there's some issues about the town's
Right.
sign ordinances and the town's right of way that some of these signage would go on. So, if town staff wants to respond to that.
They will. Is everyone else done?
I think so.
Sure. Yes, Gil, thank you as always for all your work coordinating all our different groups. And Crystal and Ashley, we're looking forward to working with you guys this year, especially if we get this lease signed tonight, then we're gonna start making some visible improvements to the building, which I think will build some momentum as well. Okay, thank you. We get that same comment from people as well about voice projection, so we are working on that and hopefully we can find something new as well as maybe even a speaker in the back of the room, which hopefully will help. And then, yes, I have spoken to Amy about the signage, and really what appears to be the issue is that both directions from the intersection of Stone Canyon and Highway 36, the town or CDOT owns at least the next 600 feet, if not 1,000. And we don't allow private signs in our right of way. So there's nowhere they can put them unless they can get creative or work with a private sector business who would allow them to put it on there. So I'm trying to work, we need to identify 2 sites, but neither of the property owners have called her back, unfortunately. And so we'll keep working on that, but I had also suggested to her to go to the EDC. So my guess is you're going to see her at that meeting. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. The next item is staff reports and Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
Excuse me, for anybody I haven't met, I'm Sharon McCown. Nice to meet you. Just a few quick things to go over. So the next coming weeks, I'm meeting with some of the town staff and the park hosts that are coming back for the summer for the parks. It's gonna get thick, it's gonna be picking up, and if the weather gets nicer after the next couple of days of hopeful snow. We're gonna come up with some plans for when we get involved and how those things are handled. So that's going to happen. I'm happy to report no graffiti that I'm aware of since the end of February. So I'm hoping with the word being out that we have cameras on the locations that we're getting hit hard, that's a deterrence, and we're hopefully done with it at least for a bit, which is awesome. And then lastly, some kind of interesting information. So our traffic study trailer is currently on 5th, as you've probably seen, catching southbound traffic. So just a little bit of data, the 16th through the 25th of April, they captured 46,285 vehicles headed southbound. Posted speed limit is 20. The average speed for those vehicles was 20 miles per hour, which is great. Highest speed 45, and of the 46,000 plus vehicles that captured, just a little over 2,000 were considered violators, which is 10 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, so 30 or higher. So it is effective. It slowed down 45% of vehicles that are coming up to it. They're hitting their brakes and slowing down. So just having it out there's a great visibility and deterrent. But we move that every few weeks or month or so, kind of depending on requests from the community or town. So that's out there doing its thing. But other than that, I'm happy to say nothing really major happening on our side at the moment. So
Any questions or comments for Sergeant McKim? Trustee Lowell?
I noticed on the report that some administrators sent to us that the traffic stops had doubled from April to May. Is that just a seasonal aberration or has there been more enforcement?
Did they go up or down from April to May? I thought they went down.
26 in April to 55 in May.
Okay, I thought it was the
I
opposite.
thought it was the opposite
Is it the
too.
opposite? Am I reading that one?
I thought they decreased by 30-ish from April to May. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Victoria?
the first column was last month.
Okay.
So to answer your question anyway, so a significant change like that can be due to any number of things. It can be call load is higher and we just can't be out enforcing. It can just be lucky to draw, or also we have, we do have deputies that come in and do traffic overtime. We're kind of limiting those numbers right now to save money for the parks, and the increase in parks deputies that'll be here during the summer months. So we're kind of watching the budget, which is also influencing a bit of what we're having for the deputies coming in to work traffic overtime.
So just a clarification, so whenever there's a sheriff's deputy sitting out on 36, that's not part of, that's a special detail. That's
Not necessarily.
Could it be you on your normal?
It could be anyone, yeah. So right now, I believe for the month of April and May, we only hired 3 shifts for deputies.
Okay.
To work just specific for traffic enforcement, and that's our primary objective. Otherwise, it's on duty patrol deputies that you're seeing.
Thank you.
For the,
Trustee McCurdy?
traffic data with wherever you've placed the, I don't know what that machine is called, I'm sorry.
It's just a traffic trail, yeah, speed trailer.
Do you use that to inform any like speed bumps or like, what do you do with that data?
It's just kept and retained, and it's knowledge that we get to see where is it being effective, is it being effective? And then it's also really just the biggest thing is it's a physical deterrent. So when we can't be out there, a patrol truck is great, right, to have it out, but we just can't always be there. So this trailer, it gains compliance, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to compliance and speed, and maybe this may be more of a question to town staff than Sergeant McKim. Where do we stand on CDOT's resetting the speed limits in the eastern corridor? I know we made progress on that, and what's the next step and the timing expected on that?
Well, no, reasonably done.
All we have heard was the last message I sent to the board, which was it has been reviewed, it has been approved to reduce it. But their schedule for installing new speed signs has not been shared with us yet. So I don't know, but we could ask at our next CDOT meeting.
The eastern quarter, the signs in
Eastern.
town have changed.
Yeah, in town, no, he's talking about the Highway 36 corridor east. We haven't been given a timeline yet.
Is there anything that the board of trustees could do to speed that process along? Send a letter or,
No,
I know staff's in contact with them.
Yeah, we have our staff liaison at their level, we'll inquire, I think they're in our next meeting.
Right.
So we'll make sure we bring it up again and ask if we can get a time frame to make that happen. They know that it was really important to us to try to get it before Memorial Day. That was our goal, so maybe we'll be, speaking about it, maybe, but we can follow up.
Thank you.
So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Booth.
Sergeant McKim, I'd like to just say a couple of words about something which I know is not entirely in your purview. It's something that I think spans our responsibility as trustees and everyone's responsibilities as community members, but may also move into the criminal or even, civil or criminal realm. Over the last several months, as you and I've talked about just a little bit, I've received several complaints from women who have been, they think, in one way or another harassed. And my sense is if they think they have been, then they have been. And if there's a way that we can be more sensitive about that as a community. A few of them were just comments that they found inappropriate, comments that they asked stop and didn't stop. One of them was a person who seemed very hostile and then followed this woman in a vehicle. One of them was a person who maybe just out of a lack of sort of social grace and understanding, stared at a woman for a very long time through his window and her window. It just seemed like there was this concentration of things that I heard about that people very sensitively brought to me and said, this is a problem I personally am facing. That I'd like to make sure that we as a community understand, recognize, try to do what we can to dampen, try to do what we can to report when it's something that's reportable to you. And when it crosses that line from a cultural issue or a personal issue into one that might be a legal matter, please be prepared for us to step in and ask you if there's something that you might be able to do to help these people.
I appreciate that, and I think it was a few weeks ago when I was at the meeting and I was trying to encourage, public reporting and come to us, and I appreciate you saying that, so. That is the best, we can't help if we don't know about it, so if anybody can just help, get the word out to please call us and report. Even if it's not necessarily criminal, it's always good to kind of understand what's going on in the community in case it escalates, so.
Thank you. One person hearing 5 things in short order, that felt like a little bit of a peak. I don't know if others are sensing the same thing, but you might be in a good position to understand whether it's an important issue to a few people or if it's an important issue to everybody everywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Further questions or comments? Thank you, Sergeant, very much. Administrator's report.
Thank you. In my report this week, I want to, of course, keep wildfire mitigation at the forefront. So the Lions Fire Protection District and Wildfire Partners are hosting another limb drop off this Saturday in front of our Public Works building on Ute Highway. It will be from 8 a.m. till noon. And it does, you do need to just go check in and make appointments. That really has kept it very, very efficient. So that is all on our website. If you need those contacts. I heard Ms. Sparks, one of them, mention Den Rec. I do want to let the board know that Den Rec, which operates at Cornerstone Canyon Road and Highway 36, has surrendered their marijuana license both locally and to the state. So that business is no longer in operation there. We are hearing that an existing business that lost their lease is going to be moving in. So there shouldn't be a gap at all in having someone at that location. So that was good to hear. But we are down to 2 marijuana licenses in town now, which means when we report sales tax, we will not be able to do it at the detailed level we have been. And also means we have one available if people are still in the business of opening retail marijuana license. We are constantly reminding folks, I should have mentioned this previously, that the wildfire resiliency code that the Board of Trustees adopted goes into effect July 1st. That affects everyone in the town limits of the town of Lyons. So if you are not familiar with that, please educate yourself, follow the links, sign up for notifications about that, but that will be going into effect in a couple months. Also, Boulder County Parks and Open Space is asking for people to participate in a survey where they are doing a pilot program on whether or not to convert some of the open space and trails to from a multiple use head bike, other activities to alternating days on which each should be used. So if you have an interest in that or an opinion about it, please take that survey. I don't believe they gave us a date at when it was coming down, but as soon as you could would be great. Have a few personnel updates for those who haven't heard. Lisa Ramsey, who's been our Park and Rec coordinator for the last 7 years, is retiring. And her last day is next Friday. She has been really an integral part in overseeing our park hosts, security, our rec programming, our artisan markets, and our seniors. So she's going to be really missed. We did advertise, we interviewed, and are pleased to announce that her position is going to be replaced by Casey Pfeiffer, who is our park host at Laverne Johnson Park. If you've met Casey, she's very outgoing as well. They've been able now then to work together for several weeks in that transition. And we are interviewing 3 new park hosts this week before the busy season starts, because that creates another set of issues, right? So we want to welcome her, and also a new Parks and Public Works member, Joseph Folks. If you see him on the streets, please welcome him. He's rather quiet, but he's a great worker. And then I do have one clarification I need to make. In my reports, oh, actually, that's grants. I'm gonna wait till the end on that. 2 things otherwise. CDOT, that traffic camera project they started way back in Platteville headed west. They are going to be at the corner of Stone Canyon, Mercano. And we'll be doing boring there activity. Again, I know it's kind of a pain, but it's better to get it done before summer season starts. So they're going to start that project. It was supposed to start this week. With the weather, I don't know what that will mean. Also, the ADA ramp that was installed at mid-block by Oscar Blues on Main Street did not meet inspection. So that is gonna have to be taken out and repaired. Again, they're saying they would love to start that this week, but I don't know if that's going to change based on weather this week. But if you see that, that's what's happening. And then I do have a couple grant updates and requests for the Board of Trustees, if I could. We are really happy to report that all 3 of our federal legislators, Nagoose, Hickenlooper, and Bennett, have all moved forward our request for congressionally directed spending for next year. We had requested $1.7 million toward wastewater treatment plant upgrades. And this is the first time that I'm aware of that. All 3 are moving it forward together. So this doesn't mean it's guaranteed at all. It certainly has to go through all sorts of committees, but they do think that we should know before November if it's in the actual budget being presented in front of them. Funds would be available in the summer of 27, which is really good timing, actually. So keep your fingers crossed there. Thank them if you see them. This would be a huge step toward getting that wastewater plant upgraded. Also, as the board knows, we have started the process to apply for a water pollution control revolving fund loan. This was actually for stormwater improvements on 2nd and 3rd Avenue. We've started that process. We passed the first phase called a PNA, which is a project needs assessment. And my report wasn't clear enough. They have asked us to move forward with submitting the application. The application has not been approved. It's just the next step. So we will now be submitting an application for that loan. Again, it has not been guaranteed. There's work to be done on an environmental assessment, engineering, and referrals. So our goal would be to get that submitted this summer. Everything takes a little longer here, but if it is approved, we could have funding for the construction of 2nd and 3rd Avenue. As you guys know, we're currently in the design phase. This would be funding for construction if it is approved. However, a new grant opportunity came up, and this is where I need you to give me your permission to apply. There's a new federal BRIC grant. The state reviewed our preliminary, I think it was a notice of funding opportunity that we got permission to submit. They contacted us and said, we would like for you to move this forward at the federal level. It is, this is a large grant, or this would be a grant for, what was it, 3.4?
Whatever we
Yeah.
could get.
$3.4 million. to construct the improvements in Second and Third Avenue. So if you give me permission to move forward for applying for this, we may not need the loan from the state. And then we could apply for a loan for a different project that all of you talked about during your candidacy of infrastructure needs. We would like to apply for this. We are a little hesitant to apply we've applied for this once before as a region with Boulder, Denver, and it was denied. They are now saying that they changed the formula for how this $720 million is going to get allocated across the nation. Every state is now guaranteed a portion. So they are not going to be able to say certain states won't be getting funding. So the person we're working with at the state was really quite excited and said, this really fits it well. We want you to compete nationally, you know, if you get permission to do so. So I need permission on that one. We already have written the grant once, so there's just be some fine tuning.
Question on that. I did a little looking into that, and my understanding is that the reinstatement of the federal BRIC program, which was suspended last year, was done pursuant to a federal district court order.
Yes, he told us it was a court order.
And is there any information about whether that federal district court order might be an appeal to a higher court, so that if that really changed, the program might be unreinstated, if that's a word?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
from our perspective, we definitely won't get it if we don't apply, even if it goes away
So,
later.
Yeah, if you don't ask.
Yeah.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but any advice or suggestions about, should that change our process this way? Should that change our process for going forward with loan applications or other funding alternatives? Just because we have a direct application pending. To me, it seems a little bit risky to put everything in the pocket.
Oh, no, we're asking to go forward with both. We want to do both. We want to submit the application to the state for the loan in probably July or August, while this decision is pending.
Will the application for the BRIC program affect in any way our chances with the state?
Yeah.
Is there any objection on the board to doing the BRIC grant application?
I would love to come back to you with a 4.4 million.
Amazing.
Yes.
What's the procedure here? Do we have a motion?
No, it's just kind of a nod.
And again, this is not an acceptance of it or anything, or expenditure of money. Is just simply an application, and we would have another chance to see what the terms were and the amounts were, if we're so fortunate as to the BRIC program continuing, number one, and us being writing something number two.
Quick question or a quick comment. I just did a little bit of math. If they're passing out that 720 million by population across the states, which my guess is that's not, but if you just took that as a benchmark, then our 3.4 million would be about a quarter of what you would expect Colorado to get.
Mhm.
I don't know what other Colorado applications there will be or how much Colorado will get at the share, but it's worth it.
Yeah, they did not indicate on the call.
Right.
That usually they tell us like if there's several, but they did not indicate that, but they seemed pretty eager for us too. So I was like, okay, we
Great.
will. If the board says yes. Okay, we will get that one in soon. Lastly, I have one other request. I know we just finished our CWPP for community wildfire protection. But after all the wind we've been having, we have significant trees downed along our new St. Vrain corridor extension. And there was a discussion on how to try to get that picked up, as we don't have that budgeted. And it's quite a bit. We are wondering if there's any problem with adding that as one of our locations for strategic fuels mitigation funding. Since we have additional coming in right now and would like to apply for that next year as well, again.
Are we talking taking down trees or just picking up trees that
It's
fall?
picking up. But a crew's gonna have to come in, drag through, some of them are gonna have to be chopped up and. It's just a group, I mean,
The strategic fuels mitigation grant program, that's the $80,000,
Yes.
40,000 from the county for government.
yes,
My understanding is that that was specifically directed to basically taking care of fire mitigation risk on town property.
Yeah.
As opposed to.
yes. And so we're just asking, they don't mind if we add it, but if this comes up in our priorities this year and we have time and bandwidth, can we consider that area as well? Because it was not in the CWPP. Any problems with that?
Any objections? Any board members or comments?
It-
Trustee Williams.
It strikes me that it belongs on the list that you might prioritize. I don't know if it's on the top of the list or not.
Yeah,
but
I understand.
I'd leave it up to you.
Okay. And I think that is all for now, unless any of you have questions
Questions?
or comments.
One comment that I would point out with respect to the survey that the Boulder County Parks and Open Space is doing on the alternate use, which basically means closing some trails for bicycle use on certain days. I think the Lions public should know that what they're looking at is the Wapiti Trail on Isle Ranch, on the other side of Isle Ranch. But if they close that trail, the bicycle use on certain days, that means no bicycles are gonna be able to cross to get the Lions. And they haven't really said, from what I've heard, specific trails, but they're also looking at potentially daily trail closures to bicycles on Hall Ranch, also located here. So these things that they're looking at, not decided yet. Pertaining to the Lions area, and I would encourage any Lions residents with an interest in that, to go online and take the survey.
And I'd like to follow that and just say out loud that that open house for public to give feedback to them is on Wednesday, May 13th from 5:30 to 7 at the Boulder County Courthouse, 3rd floor. So please go make yourself known if you want to give input. They haven't specifically chosen trails, but I know that that's a big point of tourism for Lions. So give feedback.
And I would report they had a prior open house at the Boulder County Parks and Open Space offices in Longmont, and it was very well attended generally, and there was a very large representation from the Lions area, including me. Anything further?
Oh, you trust.
Sorry.
The next, I was going to get to the next item is the farmer's market announcement. Does the staff have anything, or do you?
Well, I can announce it or either way, you go ahead.
Okay, I'll defer to Trustee McCurry here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to share that the farmers market will be starting this Sunday, Mother's Day, May 10th, and it'll run from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this will occur every Sunday until October 4th over in Sandstone Park. And this upcoming Sunday, we'll have a soft, interactive, like welcome to the market gathering from 9 to 10:30, which will include the launch of a new local business passport program designed to encourage folks to explore and support businesses throughout the town. And we're still welcoming participating businesses, so there's room to join that program if you're curious. And then we'll be teasing the new farmers market poster created by local artist Emma Shu, whose work you've seen on the windows of Moxie and Honorable Harvest. Poster will be released soon. And then from 11 to 1, we will have the DeLovelies playing music on the amphitheater stage. And I just want to give one big special shout out to our full-time farmer this year, Simple Things Farm. She's growing produce right here in Lyons, and she is officially accepting SNAP and WIC benefits
Nice.
all season long. So I'm very excited. This is a huge step towards accessibility and local food resilience. So right now, the market is primarily focused on food, so general vendor applications have closed. However, we're still looking for a meat and egg vendor. If anybody knows of one, send them my way. But I'm working on an emerging vendor program targeted towards non-food vendors. So artisans, looking at y'all. If you know of anyone or if you're one yourself, reach out. For more information, you can find my business email, which is abundant.spaces@gmail.com. Thanks, everyone. I'm excited to bring this to the town. I want it to be fully collaborative, not just something that serves me, but something that really furthers our resilience here.
Thank you very much. Excellent report. Much appreciated. Next item, legal update, Attorney Dittman.
Thank you so much. So I have just a couple of items from the state legislature I want to follow up on. We're going to talk about the railroad district, the Front Range Passenger Rail District later on. But a couple more bills I just want to talk about that we've been following. The one we've discussed previously is the lot splitting bill, House Bill 261308. Happy to report that has been indefinitely postponed, so which means the bill is dead, and we don't have to worry about it at least this year. It could come back, of course, but it is done for this year. We were also worried about a youth safety sports requirement bill that would have been a real burden on our local recreation programs, and I'm happy to report that one was also killed by CML and other partners. And the final one I want to talk about is one that I personally worked on quite a bit, is Senate Bill 26142, the development of thermal energy resources. And, this bill has a lot of things in it. One thing it, could be useful to the town in the future is it would allow the town to have a thermal energy heating and cooling network. So using geothermal to heat and cool homes. We would now be allowed to do that without a vote, where previously you'd have to go through a vote to do that. And so that was a piece I worked on, and happy to report that that bill has passed. And so those are the couple ones I want to talk about. Again, we're going to talk about one more later on in more detail, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Any questions for the town attorney? Yeah, I would say as to the lot splitting bill, CML made a particular effort on that. I testified against it in the House, along with CML's participation. It easily passed the House. I didn't testify in the Senate and it got stalled, so there you go. Do what you can. Okay, no further questions. We will move on to ordinances and public hearings. We have the first reading of ordinance 1217. An ordinance amending the Lyons Municipal Code regarding outdoor watering, sprinkling, and irrigation restrictions. Director Kapler.
Mayor and trustees, you can imagine, the utility board was interested in just reviewing what we had for drought concern based on the current conditions that are out there. So upon reviewing some of the code that we had in place, the utility board and staff did think the language was a little bit confusing and could be touched up, could probably be modernized a little bit more. The utility board did recommend actually pulling out and developing a policy that the municipal code would reference, so that that policy could be updated, as opposed to having the whole policy listed in the code when you might need to modify that more often than the code itself. This code does deal with outdoor watering, sprinkling, and irrigation restrictions that could be put in place. You may remember from the water workshop, they discussed the current number of acre feet that we have, and it does all look to be sufficient. We're not talking about putting in place any type of restrictions currently. We are adding to this policy a standard conservation level that we feel, along with other utilities in the area, that something all utilities, water utilities should be looking at doing. There will be an announcement by a group of the municipalities coming up that Lyons has signed on to, that has said, we support this conservation, but our region is slightly different than what you might see in Denver or other regions. So you can get a regional overview, but just wanted to emphasize, this is not a policy to implement irrigation or drought restrictions. It's to modify the code on those restrictions.
Any questions for the town staff on that?
Yes.
Steel.
So I see you're looking at the water shortage action plan. where are we gonna, if we decide we like this, where are we gonna memorialize it? Is it gonna be in section 13-3-100?
No, it'll be the water dedication plan and the other types of staff documented policies
Okay,
are not kept in the code. The water rights dedication policy was set in the code to be done by resolution. There are other policies, we've developed a policy staff had before for working with streetlights, that is just a staff policy, and so it's not memorialized in the code, so that it has to be updated all the time. It is a policy that can be looked at. I would like to develop more on our website with the water utility. We are working on that. And so we could have the various plans for that on that section as well as other plans in other utility sections.
Yes.
So where does the definition of a mild, a moderate, or severe water shortage, what's that gonna be predicated on?
In the water shortage action plan was included in the packet so that the utility board had reviewed that, and currently, right, the mild water shortage, this level will be enacted when there are concerns that the town's water supply might be affected by drought conditions. The simpler definition to start, the moderate water shortage level will be enacted when the town's raw water rights might not be sufficient to provide the town's 3-year average of purchased water in the following year. So when we're looking right at the next year as a concern, we want to move that level up. And then when this is severe water shortage, generally a level that might only occur after multiple years of drought is what's listed in the policy. And then in the code itself is where it documents how that is looked at and reviewed. Could bring that in the, not in the ordinance, but you could go into the exhibit itself where you have some of the code changes that are there. And that one is under the outdoor water and sprinkling. The first section says the water shortage, the outdoor use of water may be prohibited, restricted, or regulated for time to time by a resolution of the Board of Trustees. So it actually comes to the board, staff would make a recommendation based on what we see in the water supply policy, and the board would do a resolution to that level of drought.
Thank you.
Other questions, trustee McCreary?
How would like the implementation of that be handled, like with the even numbered addresses and the odd numbered addresses? Like, how does that?
Code compliant. So-
Education. It's currently in our code now, actually.
But it wouldn't like turn off.
Yeah, we
Like,
would
or do
actually,
you
this
actually, like,
side of the
physically
street
do
would water these days, this side of the street would water.
So even if like they tried, they couldn't.
No, we don't have any policy in place to actually physically turn off the water. That could be put in. I've seen other municipalities or water utilities that do discuss that, but we don't have anything in our code for that. There was some other discussion by the UEB on other options for that, say increasing the cost of water, right, when that happens. Some of that was weighed out to be one that would affect, say, businesses who use water or others who may have the need for water and not just outdoor watering. We don't have the ability to monitor what the water is used for after it goes through our meter. And the aspect that, well, just raising the rate is not necessarily a penalty. Some people may think they're, okay, it costs more, but I want the green grass, I will pay for it. Versus this is setting it as an actual penalty. And there was discussion that some people do feel that if it's set as a penalty, okay, I shouldn't be doing this. Even if I wanted, it's been decided that this was something we should do.
So it's kind of like other codes we have. It's reported by a neighbor, it's observed by staff, it's observed by you guys. And we would issue a notice to them that they're breaking the code, and if they continue to do so, they would report to the municipal judge.
Trustee Jacobs?
I noticed, and I'm not saying I disagree with it, I'm curious about the thinking behind the increase in the penalty fines pretty significant. It went from 25 to 150 and then from 50 to 300. I see definitely more deterrent effect, but I'm just wondering what y'all's thinking was.
That was the standard when we recently updated all of our general offenses last fall. Other areas of the code were updated based on the previous sergeant worked in detail with staff and a number of times back to the board at that point, and that's what we have for a number of areas in the code for the penalties.
We just try to keep it consistent, as otherwise we lose track the officers responding about what is what. And so there was a big effort to just kind of unify all the penalty provisions in the code.
Thank you.
Another question.
Just to understand the calibration of the different levels. Are we at or are we approaching a mild water shortage now?
No, again, I don't know that the utility board has looked into the details of whether they felt there was a shortage or not. We did have some discussion of that during this. I was on the state drought task force meeting, listening to it. The governor was on that a couple of weeks ago, where there are some concerns, but there is now a bit of talk. Maybe it's just hopefulness that everyone talks about with El Nino kicking in and getting some drought relief now.
Super.
And then also more just the forecast long-term for looking for water. Based on our current supply of water, which is what we really want to look at, and what I was trying to talk about a little bit in the water workshop, was our water supply is sufficient for the municipal needs. In these discussions, I've also been on a couple of meetings with other utilities in the area, Longmont, Boulder, Erie, Lafayette, and all have slight differences in how they look at it. There was some discussion of it. Environmental concerns. Agricultural concerns are actually a much more larger concern for the state and for others than just municipal concern. But for a municipality, for Lyons in particular, with the 80% quota by Northern Water, for this year, it's not as much of a concern. And we would look at it as really using this as an opportunity for everyone to see that we need long-term conservation, talking about the 1 in 100 year drought could be 7 years of drought. That's what others have looked at times, and we should be potentially planning, what if we have a 7-year drought? Then we may be getting to the concerns for future years. So at this point, I would say, no, we're not moving into the mild drought. I think we still have to see how the next couple of months go, and it could still be a possibility in July or August.
Could you explain a little bit the difference between a water shortage and an emergency, and the changes that were made or proposed to be made in the code about those situations? Because particularly as to emergencies, we're making a change that I wanted to make sure everybody understood.
Right, we wanted to specifically call out or document that an emergency situation such as a water main break or something with our pump station went terribly wrong and we needed to actually curtail water use right away. That would not require coming to the board for a resolution. That would be made and authorized by the town administrator when it was needed.
That's to call it even an emergency board meeting required 24 hours notice, correct?
Correct.
No. A lot of water can leak in
Sometimes we
20
don't have that.
a lot of our water can leak in 24 hours. Any further questions from town staff? I would entertain a motion as to ordinance 1271.
So moved. Would you like me to restate them all?
At least summarize it a little bit.
Ordinance 1217, the first reading and one of the town of Lynn, Colorado amending 13-3-10100 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding outdoor watering, sprinkler, and irrigation restrictions and establishing a water shortage regulation policy.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there a discussion on the board? Here, now let me just say, I appreciate the consideration and the recommendations from town staff, the director, and also the utilities and engineering board. We rely on them for looking at the technical aspects of these proposals and appreciate their advice on this. Hearing nothing further, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
And the next item is first reading of ordinance 1218, deleting sections 13, 31, 30 of the municipal code. And limiting the issue of water taps. Director Bell.
Mayor, trustees, this was a good reason to have the water workshop before this meeting, especially for some of the newer trustees. This was really more of a cleanup of the code, so there is a section of code that limits the number of taps that will be allowed to 10 per month. It was thought that a lot of this may have started when Lyons was treating some of its own water and making sure that we wouldn't get ahead of ourselves with getting the water rights that we discussed earlier, that you need to have water rights for the raw water to be able to provide that to whoever is treating your water, or in this case, Longmont. So we now have an agreement with Longmont. That agreement, again, as we mentioned, has a set number of taps that can be issued per the agreement, so we can regulate how often we issue that. There is actually a section in that code that says we won't do more than 120 per year. So we already have that other item in place per the agreement. And so again, this was really a cleanup that we thought there was some mention of other cleanup of code, and thought we could remove this older section of code.
Thank you. Any questions about this one? If not, then I would entertain a motion about this ordinance. Anybody?
I move to approve ordinance 1218, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, deleting section 13-3-130 of the Lyons Municipal Code, limiting the number of water taps issued per month on first reading, and recommend scheduling a public hearing and second reading.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion of this? If not, then I would call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
On the next item is the consent agenda. I would ask Clerk Vasquez to read the consent agenda into the record.
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a lease agreement with the Lyons Creative District for property located at 350 Broadway, Lyons, Colorado. Item 2 is resolution 2026-24, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a legacy sculpture entitled Jawbone by artist Joe Norman. Item 3 is resolution 2026-25, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, establishing a Sundance Film Festival task force. Item 4 are the April 20th, 2026 regular Board of Trustee meeting minutes, both the incoming and outgoing boards. And item 5 are the May accounts payable.
All right. Your motion for approval of the consent agenda. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Are there any items that any trustee would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Can you explain what you mean by that, Mayor?
The procedure is generally a motion is pending to approve this, and if any trustee has the privilege of removing any single item from consent agenda for separate discussion and vote. And I would like to remove item 1 because we need to make a change in that.
Okay.
Any others? And then the procedure, is right. First time we do this. Is that we vote on the items of on the remaining items of the
Yes.
consent agenda, and then we will discuss the item that has been removed. So
Yes.
I will go through on the consent agenda, but without item 1.
Oh, will you flip it again for me? There we go. Motion passes unanimously.
As to item 1, the reason I removed it is the draft of a lease of the visitor center to the creative district that was included in the packet. There was one a later proposed version that were a couple of amendments, and I would have called on town staff to make your time to get with someone else in the town staff.
We could probably tag team it. Actually, there was, unfortunately, and I'm not really quite sure how, but an older version of the draft got to the creative district to sign, and so it was signed and included. And there is, the redlined version.
That I put on
which
your,
all of you now have, so you can see that better of what changed. Really, the biggest issue is, how we would like to handle the lease amount. And, the creative district is already aware of this and is in agreement with it. So because the this is a nonprofit that we are choosing to partner with, similar to what we did with when the library became a district. It used to be a department. We worked with them in the first year or two for transitioning to make it feasible until they had a regular funding source. We were looking at charging $100 a month for the electric utilities to the creative district. But it is 1 meter over there. And as you guys can probably imagine, the actual office they're gonna use is small and currently not occupied much. The electric is really electric heat in the public restrooms that are used all the time, as well as the water, and there's no water in the office area. So we were looking at average electric bills over time, especially the summer months when it was occupied, and looked at $100. But then we talked about a separate meter. The meter was over $5,000, not feasible. So instead, Attorney Dittman said that there is this $5 annual lease that is kind of the minimum amount you charge someone to make it a legal transaction. And so for at least year one, we are looking at a $5 lease. And then 100 per month for the electric, well, for all utilities, and they would be responsible to get their own internet on. So that's what we're proposing. It just did not show up very well in the version you guys had. I don't believe there are any other changes other than authority to sign.
Yeah,
was
that's just
one of
gonna
them.
be.
Yeah, the last one was, that the individual who signs this agreement is authorized to do so since, they have their own bylaws and things that we don't control. So that would be the change, $100 a month for utilities, at least this first year. And then a $5 annual lease. This is written for 1 year. We haven't had a chance to educate you guys on this yet, but if a lease is longer than a year, then it has to be done by ordinance. And we want to just do this by resolution for year one, make sure it works for both parties, make any adjustments. And then maybe after that, bring back a multi-year agreement, lease.
Thank you. Any questions of town staff on this? Attorney Dittmer, was there anything you wanted to add?
Nope, I think Administrator Simons did a great job summarizing the changes.
Yeah. One question or clarification, by changing the $100 a month amount from rent to utilities, it will go into the utilities fund rather than the general fund, is that?
That'd be correct. Mhm.
Probably make the UED.
And then the general fund will get the $5. Unless that building might even be on assets as a park, so it might even go to park.
Might go to park. We'll put Director Eystone in charge to start tracking that down. Okay, since I was the one that removed it, I would then move for approval of resolution 2026-23, a resolution approving a lease agreement with the Lions Creative District for property at Broadridge. Do I have a second?
second,
I'll second.
Motion and second, any discussion on this? If not, then I will call for the vote.
and that motion passes unanimously.
We have a building to do.
We have two motions. Okay, postponed until continued to the next meeting, item 9, item 10, is general business. The first item on general business is the agenda request from a citizen, Simon Perskowitz. I believe the procedure for those, there's call on the, citizen requesting the agenda item and then. Town staff. for
Staff
comments and-
It's usually staff. Mhm. It's usually in your,
Do a reverse order.
yeah, staff
Right.
report.
Right, excuse
It
me.
gives a bonus, it gives help to give some.
You're
framework.
welcome to stay there. So first call on town staff to get the background. Then you have your chance to speak.
Good. So Director Ritchie and I both had worked on this, one from the development. Since this was a discussion on the water rights, the applicant had put in their agenda request that they're doing a development. And it is, at this point, what we had seen would be classified as a single dwelling residential structure. The applicant will present more of what's involved, what they actually plan to do with their development. They may be discussing with you what would be preferable. But for the water rights, a single dwelling unit, as we discussed at the water workshop, would require 1 unit of CBT. We didn't really discuss the cost, I suppose, of that in the workshop. CBT units are currently, I think I did put in the cover memo, the last fall, we did, maybe I didn't, I just sent it to you, sorry. I did send it to the applicant, the last fall, we accepted cash in lieu of $56,000 for 1 unit of CBT. So that is usually based on what it would cost to get the unit of CBT. Like McIntosh reservoir shares, on the other hand, were going recently for between 15 and 20,000 per unit. So again, the dedication policy that we discussed said, unless you meet one of those standards of affordable housing, commercial, but there were the different levels of affordable housing, affordable, attainable, mixed level housing, or commercial or economic development. If you're doing one of those, you could then present Lake McIntosh share. So there's also a section of the code itself that says, for any reason, somebody could come forward and make a request to the board and present why they would like to request a different type of water right, in this case, Lake McIntosh, instead of the Colorado Big Thompson water.
So I'm happy to add just one more piece of context. So zoning in this property is zoned commercial downtown. For commercial, excuse me. Single family dwelling unit is permitted under zoning. However, it needs to be occupied either in conjunction with the business that's located on site, or it may be occupied as a short-term rental. Provided there's a business representative, on site at all time, kind of consistent with the parameters in our code. So it would be constructed under the residential code. Just a heads up to the board, depending on the size of what would get constructed, this may become, the construction of the unit itself may require development plan approval by the board in the future. So to some degree, it's not quasi-judicial yet, but just to the degree you're indicating, whether or not you'd like to see it's kind of translate. The policy question in front of you tonight is really just the water rights associated with construction of a single unit dwelling on the property. And I don't know that there would be a mechanism by which we guarantee one way or the other how the property would be kind of used as a short-term rental or as associated with the business, but take that for what you will as you're making your decision.
Now you're.
Have the floor. Well, I guess I'll start by introducing myself. My name's Simon. I'm the owner of 314 Main. I've been a longtime resident of Boulder County. Fairly new to the town of Lyons, about 2 years. I really do like it here. I'm a single guy trying to make this project happen. I'll give you a little overview about the project. After talking to the town administration, originally I wanted to do kind of a multi-unit artist live work studio situation. They advised me that that doesn't really fit within the code usage, so we've scaled it back to something under 200 square feet in hopes that we could go through an administrative review.
2,000.
2,000. In hopes we can tiny. We're building tiny. Yeah. So we're going to go administrative review process. So I'm here, one, to ask, you know, for these different water rights shares, but also to kind of just get a gauge of your guys' support for a project as such. So you know, I envision it as sort of a two-phase project where there's, you know, a live work unit with a workshop in the back. And then, you know, the second phase of this project would be a historical renovation of the front property, kind of helping it align, you know, with a better commercial use for the town. It's just not the most viable at the moment. And this is sort of the route that I have to go to get there. So in order for that to happen, you know, don't have a lot of money. It's a significant, you know, dollar amount, and so I'm hoping that Lake Macintosh shares can be allocated for this project. I feel like you know, it fits a lot of the criteria as a, you know, economic development. If I can make the front house, you know, more viable for the community, that, you know, these shares can be used as such. So yeah, that's more or less it, you know, it's kind of what I'm hoping to do, and I hope you guys are on board, and, you know, we can all work together to make this property a little nicer, both on the front and the back.
Okay, that is questions from the board. I have some that I will defer to others first. I'll start then. An interesting proposal, but I first have some really basic background questions, which is the building that's there now. What is it being used for currently?
It's a work-live situation, correct?
So it's a commercial zone.
Correct.
It's what kind of business is there?
I run a construction company, so I meet with clients in the front office.
And you live in the back part of the building?
Correct.
And you know, is that how it's classified by the county assessor's office as part residential?
Part residential, part commercial. Yeah, there's a very small commercial space in the front with the firewall separating it from what's essentially a single family home.
And so this is really a request to construct a second structure on the back part of the property.
Correct, with more of a, you know, I have a workshop that I rent in Boulder, and I'd like to move all that up here to Lyons. And then if I could, you know, move back there, that would make the front, you know, open for a renovation and more viable to, you know, make it a better commercial space.
But you're suggesting that the new building on the back part of the property would be used purely for residential purposes?
No, work lit. I would live there and run my business out of it. And there would be an office as well as, you know, a workshop.
And then what would you use front building for?
Love to turn it into a restaurant or something that better serves the community, but, you know, it's just not attainable right now, the way it's set up.
I had heard some suggestion that you were considering doing a short-term vacation rental, or maybe two of them on this property. Is that no longer the?
There was some thoughts, you know, that I would have preferred to do like an artist live work thing in conjunction with the studio that's already there, but you know, money is a real thing for me, and, you know, to make this project viable, that was one of the things I was looking.
A couple of questions for staff.
Yeah.
Let me finish my, then you can ask your questions too. The existing zoning of commercial zoning that allows both residential and commercial use of a structure. There are a number of houses in the 300 block of Maine, originally houses that with that. Does it speak? I looked at it and I couldn't see that it really speaks to separated buildings for that.
Or a dwelling unit. So if you look under, the town attorney and I met and kind of looked pretty closely at the codes as it would apply. So if you look at the table in Article 5, I believe. No, it's the description under 16 3 1200. For commercial zone property, residential use as follows: associated residential unit, which is a unit that's internal to the main commercial building, so that's the unit that is there today. Or dwelling unit when it provides a place of residence in conjunction with the place of employment, provided that there is at least 1,600 square feet of lot area per each dwelling unit. So, I think the town and attorney and I were both in agreement that an additional dwelling unit on the lot meets the zoning requirement per the approval processes that are set out in our code.
Trustee Williams, you have questions?
I was just gonna clarify, this is not about zoning or this is a decision about water rates.
Correct.
If that's correct, what it should. Yeah, maybe the
That's
staff
correct.
says, what are we?
You are
Yeah,
considering
it's-
whether they are allowed to use Lake McIntosh water over CBT water.
In the current, sorry,
Thank you.
Trustee McGrady.
so the current building has that CBT share, and then the additional build could have either or. We get to decide, and that's like the 1 versus the 1 and 4/10.
Look,
They're different types of water, we got.
Lake
And the cost.
McIntosh water is significantly cheaper than Colorado
Yeah.
Big Thompson water. So that's why, people come in and ask to use that, but it is a limited resource. And so the board, uses its discretion to determine which projects are worthy of that limited resource, kind of given, we don't have infinite Lake McIntosh water to go around.
In that regard, if Lake McIntyre use was to be authorized here, how many shares would Lake McIntyre shares would they have to put up? Because we have the issue about fraction shares. I think that's come up before.
Right, again, we request the 1.4 shares. So far, we've not seen that you could get a fraction of a share.
if you
I
could,
know
great.
before they've not been able to, like McIntosh or the Highland Ditch Company that works with those, has said you need to provide the 2 shares to do 1.4 shares. So it is really at this point looking like 2. Again, the fraction does work when you're working with multiple units. Not really the situation here, but if it was 2, then you'd be at 2.8 and really more like 3 instead of 4. So potentially having a fraction is helpful for certain situations. Here you would really probably be the 2 units of Lake McIntosh, which again, at the current market rate is still less than 1 unit of CBT.
The actual dollar, you said Lake McIntosh shares were going for some $15,000 to $20,000 now, so you're talking about 30 to 40,000 for 2 Lake Mac shares versus
50.
somewhere mid-50s for a CBT share.
Correct.
Trustee Williams.
Couple questions for staff, for our water specialist. Are you recommending that we require one or 2 shares of the particular types? Or are you also suggesting that we somewhere in this process consider a cash in lieu option?
So the request itself did not have the cash in lieu option. I did include in the cover memo, based on previous discussions, the utility board and staff have said that we would accept, they were interested in cash in lieu at the current situation, our current water portfolio. Again, as I emphasized in the workshop, that's one where we need to be a little bit careful of also. So at this point, it was really first deciding whether or not you thought this should be allowed to use the Lake McIntosh water rights versus the CBT. And then the question may become if they have, the different people may have water rights in their portfolio and it may be cheaper or easier for them to dedicate the actual water than to do cash in lieu. So I don't know that they've asked that. Again, that's an exception in the code. Right now, the policy is to require the actual water rights unless somebody requests or offers the cash in lieu. The item with the Lake McIntosh is, again, as I mentioned in the workshop, it's a newer type of water. It is a little more concerning. We don't know exactly how well it will fit long-term in the portfolio. Longmont has told us that it was something they would accept. It was a way to try to keep development moving if it fit our needs. It probably is worth mentioning that it's only in the last agreement with Longmont that Longmont said, Lions, you can make decisions on what you require. Prior to that last November, the agreement with Longmont actually required us, it only allowed us to accept the Lake McIntosh for the specific items we list. As I tried to mention, that there's the level up where we're Longmont and Lions working together, and Longmont said Lions will only accept it for these reasons. Longmont and Lions negotiated, and Longmont said, Lions, you can make your decisions, you determine when you want those water rights. And that's with the understanding that we have that Lake McIntosh water. Again, we're not using that for any of our current water usage. It is building up our portfolio as a security type item. So I do think there are concerns about strictly just accepting Lake McIntosh. I do like that it is a local water. It's on this side of the divide. If we had a set path forward for using that water, I would promote using that water as a local water instead of needing to bring water from the other side of the divide. But it is currently, I would say it has a bit more risk to it than the CVT, which we know of is kind of the gold standard of water usage in the Front Range. If we get a unit of CVT, we are sitting in very good shape for our water supply portfolio. So if there was a reason outside of the utilities, which is where it sort of separates from the utility board, they're not going to sort of say if something was economic development or affordable housing. That's going to be on the board to decide, is this development going to be something that, yes, we want to promote this, and therefore it is worth accepting this slightly riskier water into our portfolio. And we're going to offer them that benefit to help make that project move forward.
Part of the reason I asked this question about cash in lieu is that if we raise the issue of fractional shares, it might solve that issue, right? Can do 1.4 times the value rather than have to round up to 2.
Yes.
And then a question for Planner Ritchie. Given this explanation that we've just heard, that at one time Longmont required us to have a finding of economic development or commercial development, it no longer does, but that our code and our guidelines still want us to apply that standard. Is there any precedent for what's been considered in or out of those categories?
That's a great question. I'm not familiar with other examples in my time here of when someone has come and requested and how we've fallen on this, but I'm looking to town administrator or Director Kaplan on this one.
And so having worked through that for some commercial development, if somebody was doing a business that was straightforward commercial, you would know that. The affordable one had been in the past really put to some of the specific standards of what determines something as affordable with the state. If you're following those policies, Director Ritchie could probably give what those are specifically. The attainable housing is one where we haven't. That is a newer one that was looked at. I do think that has some specific standards or guidelines for when you reach attainable housing. The economic development has really been the more open one, even with discussions with Longmont in the past is, well, yes, you have to determine whether you feel it's economic development for your community versus a specific definition of it. I think there is
one in the materials.
So just going to the policy. Right, so just to say, shall mean the proposed new development in Lions service area that enables greater production, increased employment, and a better distribution of goods and services.
Yeah, what will say just from past experience on this is that the board has a lot of latitude in figuring out what each of these categories mean. Since we are kind of focused on the economic development portion of this, in the past when the board has looked at this has been, I think, mostly through the lens of job creation or expanding an existing business. Um, was kind of the lens at which I think the board looked at this. There were a number of applications for single family residences, which were all denied. Um, and so just that history may be helpful in looking at this. But again, the board has a ton of discretion in determining, how these factors apply.
May I?
Good question too.
Administrator Thomas?
Oh, it was,
I'd just like to add that this isn't just a single family residence, but I do live and work there, and it would be opening up the front half of the property to an economic opportunity for some sort of business to move in there as well.
Yes.
Yes.
My question is, when you say it's live work and you have a workshop,
Mhm.
what do you
I
do?
do not currently have a workshop there, but that is the
No,
goal.
but if you moved your Boulder work. What
Yeah,
are you doing?
I own a construction company. We build cabinets, we make small goods. It's, a maker space that could potentially be shared with an artist or something like that.
Do you have employees?
Not currently, I use subcontractors.
Do you use equipment that normally is not found in a house,
Yes.
residential?
Yes.
Do you have to have an error like permit from the state or anything for emissions?
No, I don't do any heavy manufacturing.
You're not producing, I'm looking at the code of what's allowed in that zone. You're not producing fumes, noise, odor, dusts
No.
outside the building.
No.
Okay.
Other board questions? This isn't a resolution, so I guess.
Right now it's discussion, it's direction
It's just
to
like
us,
direction and discussion.
and we would gear it up, and whatever you tell us, then we'll put it on a consent agenda for the next.
Anyone on the first, trustee Lowell?
Just refresh me, Director Kaplan, how many Lake Mac shares do we have?
68.
60,
68.
68. I'm of course asking that because I think it's gonna be a possibility.
And that's something that I would be open to as well. So
Of those 68 shares, a number of those are dedicated to lumber.
59.3.
So we have how many?
I would say 8,
8.
9, point something. That
Somebody else wants to. I'll go first on this because I did some looking at it, including where the zoning issues become relevant to the water issues is whether this is really something that's commercial use, and if it's commercial use, would it be allowed under the zoning code? Are we doing something?
I know, that's what I'm trying to figure out too.
Kind of approving the concept if we granted the requested use of Lake Macintosh shares for a commercial or business development use that wouldn't actually be allowed under the zoning code. And that's an issue that I have. The examples that I remember where we've approved Lake Macintosh shares for economic development as opposed to housing are things like an agreement we made with Riverbend when they were doing their barn. I believe 402 Main, we approved the use of Lake Macintosh. Are they putting up additional shelters?
No, I think we allowed like Mac, and
it's commercial.
Retail, commercial.
It was commercial development of various types, and I believe there's one or two others that we've approved it for, but they were all clearly commercial development that was basically going to involve job creation. And my hesitancy here is the actual new build that you're requesting Lake Macintosh share use for is going to be, sounds like to me, primarily residential. But the proposed commercial use, business development, economic development, if you look at our standards under our Lake Macintosh share use, there isn't anything specific here. It's, you hope that once you build a second building behind, that the front building then will be used for some undefined commercial purpose in the future. And that to me is a pretty big leap of faith from the board standpoint to basically grant discretionary Lake Macintosh share use for some type of undefined and you're not obligated to do anything with that space. You may try to bring in a retail business or office business, whatever it might be, But we have, from my standpoint, I don't see how we have enough specifics about job growth, sales and property tax, new sales and property tax revenue to justify granting the Lake McIntosh use for what would essentially be market rate housing on the back as I look at it. It can be used for that. And I just don't see enough specifics and really potential scope of commercial development here to warrant this compared to the things that we've approved in the past. That's where I come from. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't work if we had more specifics in that regard. And, I've got a prospective lease with a, retailer of some type that's going to produce sales tax and going to employ 3 or 4 people. It'd be a different situation. But right now it's basically, let us build a second house on this lot and we'll figure out what we want to do with the front commercial part in the future. And to me, that doesn't get us where we need to be right now for what is this. Director Kaplan said, we have about 8 Lake McIntosh shares and they may come in very handy for future commercial development, economic development, or affordable housing. And I'm reluctant to commit initially 2 of those here. That's where I stand. If there are comments from other board members.
Could I just point out that it was, though, at this point, it could be bringing 2 more Lake McIntosh here.
It could be, that's correct.
And on a staff perspective, mine, trying to understand also when we bring these was, right, is there the negotiation process, like you were saying, Mayor, that if you had specifics, would this be something that we came just to get the applicant to understand, well, if you fit this specific or an economic, so that if there was a development agreement that showed some economics that would work, you would be willing to entertain looking at the Lake McIntosh or giving, we think that would work, and that way the applicant has understanding, okay, I should move forward, or I at least can think about moving forward, knowing I might be able to get this lower amount so that they have a cost perspective to look at. And then they can come back and say, okay, here's my proposal, or okay, forget it, they don't want that. I can do single family, I'm gonna do that, or what, however I want to work. Both sides have an understanding of how to move forward. Try to both get what we want.
For example, if a short-term vacation rental or 2, as was suggested at one time for this being proposed, then we'd be looking at potential sales tax, potential lodging tax, potentially bringing more out-of-town visitors into Lyons to shop at local restaurants. And we're looking at a Sundance task force to try to have more accommodations here. That would, to me,
And those are
suggest economic
that
development.
I'm open to.
Whereas this is, I'm uncertain about this. And so I tend to err on the side of caution when I'm uncertain. That's where I am. Let's start together. Trustee McCreary.
Question for you. You have your own construction company, you said, and right now you have a workshop in Boulder, correct?
Yes.
And so you commute to actually do the work
In Boulder?
in Boulder?
Yes.
And so the potential to like bring your business up here, if we approve this use. Like you currently use subcontractors, but if you had, potential commercial front, I'm speculating, but like maybe he can grow his business into this front portion or not, but you currently have a business, and by not having to commute to Boulder, by having a workshop in Lyons, I mean, we keep just more happening in our town. I mean, when you order materials, I learned those
Use
taxes, those use taxes, if you order your materials and they come straight to Lyons, that buffers that. He doesn't have to go
It's
to
not.
Boulder.
Mhm.
I don't know, just like potential there isn't totally void. I mean, he's, not having a business right now. He's not currently suggesting just residential. I mean, he could do that. Sounds like he wants to have a business here, which I think is valuable. And then also opening up potential. And I mean, I've heard the board approve, other potentials without a clear plan before. And I just think this could be an interesting way to encourage smaller business owners to take a leap of faith in Lions instead of just constantly granting uses to bigger developers, which does have bigger potential for like lodging taxes and things of that nature. But you know, he's moved here 2 years ago and wants to continue being here. And I think it could be a good opportunity to take a chance on a local resident and local business owner.
Before I express an opinion on this, I want to make a disclosure that some of you may know. I've participated in the Lake McIntosh market from time to time, owned a substantial number of shares. I don't own any shares now. I would not participate in providing any shares to this applicant. I think I can provide my opinion and ultimately a vote on this matter without being biased by it. If anyone feels differently, I'm open to excusing myself from this and all Lake Mac conversations. Okay. On this, I mean, my experience tells me it is very difficult sometimes to get Lake McIntosh shares. It's a very thin market. So there is a very significant difference between the consideration we might ultimately give to cash in lieu or expecting the applicant to procure 1 or 2 shares. And it is always easier to get more shares, not less. So 2 is easier to get than 1, and will cost significantly more, obviously, but it is something of a burden to expect an applicant on our indication that we would look favorably on this to go out in the market and find a couple of shares or contract for shares that might be delivered at some later date. It's not one of those things where you can just like hit a couple buttons on your computer and you own it, or you have an option on it. That market doesn't work that way. On the question of whether we might or might not allow the substitution of MAC shares for CBD, I share the mayor's concern that we don't know much about where this development might go. But I, like you, I think, and like Trustee McCreary, can envision something that could be very interesting and that could be consistent with our commercial hopes for Main Street and with making probably better use of the property owners' opportunities there than just having what is mostly now a single family home with some marginal use for as an office. So I would personally look favorably on substituting Lake Mac shares under the provision of calling it economic development. But with the provision that we would not authorize it today based on what we know about the possibilities, but that it could be an option based on where you ultimately go in your discussions with the planning department and what is ultimately something that we would likely approve or reject or review in concert with the planning commission at a much later date. So several steps down the process, I think I personally would look very favorably on calling this Lake Mac, depending on what it was that the applicant and our full-time team brought back as the likely use of the property. If it's full residential in the back and it's full residential in the front, seems extremely unlikely. If there's a very high fraction, a very high proportion of commercial to residential, then it seems much more likely.
Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the lack of specificity, even granting like Mac shares. I think if you came back with perhaps a better idea of what the front might look like, even if it's just a short-term rental agreement type of place. We have to be very careful with these shares. We just can't hand them out. We need to be of real concrete reasons to substitute one for the other. You know, I'm just doing the math in my head here. If the Lake Mac shares are going 15 to 20 and he needs to give us 2, we're talking as much as 40K. A CBT share is, you know, somewhere north of 50K. I don't know how much they are now, but if you don't think it's worth your time and effort to go through an economic plan for that front building just to save $12,000, that's entirely your decision, but at this point, I would be hesitant to grade later, rather next year's without a little more specificity.
I think I have similar thoughts to, trustee Williams and trustee Lowell. I think we all are interested in activating Main Street and getting more business, in town, and so we want to be supportive of that. So we have a bit more information, we can see shares or so. With some short supply.
I think, Dr. Williams put it very well, you know, the balance, we're definitely interested in economic development opportunities if we had a little bit of a hint of what it was gonna look like. I mean, you have to do something commercial with the front part, or it can't just be a residence, it has to be something for the zone.
And that is my intention, is either that or some sort of short-term rental or something, just how. And what exactly, I'm just not sure, you know, I'm still in the planning phase and trying to figure out if I can even afford to do this project, you know, I'd really love. To improve the front and the back and make it something, but, you know, to have sort of a bigger picture of what it's gonna cost me, would help me develop that plan.
You would be doing the improvements yourself?
Partially, I have a team of people that I've worked with for a long time, so, yeah, you know, it's a cool old house, I would hate to have it torn down or. You know, it's 120 years old, I think it has a lot of character, I'd like to keep that, but I'd also like to make it, you know. Something that's commercially viable, because it's not that, so.
If I could, I'll try to summarize that, what is the, at least views of a majority of the board here, which is that there is openness to using like Macintosh shares for future economic development here. But at this time, the lack of specificity about the proposed commercial use doesn't bring us to the point that we can get direction from the staff to work out an agreement to do that. But we're open for more specific proposals that we get.
Answer to that is I look forward to working with the town to develop a plan, and we can go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
And thank you for your time.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet everyone, it's
We
good to
worked with these two.
see a face behind everything.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just past 9 o'clock, it's been the practice of the prior board to see if we want to take a break at 9 o'clock.
Or get through.
Grab a cookie. Take breaks. Let's adjourn and call it.
How many minutes for recess? Sorry.
Recess for 5.
5 minutes.
Okay, got it.
See forward. I remember. The next item is an agenda request from Spirit Hound Distillers for exemption from the lease agreement. As we did procedure on the prior one, I guess I will call on staff first to give background and any comments or
Sure.
suggestions they may want to have.
This is in regard to, for lack of a better term, a notice of default on a lease agreement that the town and Spirit Hounds have together. Hi. The Spirit Hound leases a storage building along the St. Vrain Trail extension. And, as part of that, they do pay a lease. And the lease was due in October of 2025. The town did not, we don't typically send notices, and we did not in this case, so I'll just say that right up front. It was actually Director Eyestone who realized as they were closing out 2025 that it hadn't been paid. And so unfortunately, by the time she noticed that, the above the lease amount, there's also late fees and interest accrued. So they are technically in default of the lease agreement, and I believe Neil is asking if there's a possibility you would, I'll let him make that, but waive some of those late fees toward the lease, so I'll give that to you.
Anything that Attorney Dittman would like to add in terms of the terms of the lease or the town's options here?
But I mean, I guess the town's options are to, accept the request to waive the penalties and and interest associated with not paying. Or we could foreclose on the lease would be the other option, which would mean, removing the current tenant. There's a process for that. If we were to go to court, it takes a bit and costs the town money. Happy to elaborate on that. We've been through that process before with another tenant in the town. But happy to answer any questions you have.
Anything further from staff? If not, then I'll recognize Neil Sullivan.
Okay, thanks. Neil Sullivan, 1191 Apple Valley Road. I'm here on behalf of Spirit Hound Distillers as one of the co-owners. First, I just want to say congratulations to this board. I haven't had a chance formally to say that in front of all of you, and I think the town made some great decisions. So, a couple things that I want to start with that are clear, that I don't want you not to hear me say. And if I look at my phone, I'm just looking at some notes. Number one, we are late in our payment. We are a little over 6 months late. There's no denying that. And I want to also say that has happened not in an act of defiance or an unwillingness to pay or any of that sort of thing that I believe would merit penalties to the extent that we've been assessed. What I will say, and I have a couple points I'd like to make that may give some context to this, is the first is we became aware of this a couple weeks ago. As soon as we became aware, I immediately reached out and asked to be added to the agenda to explain our situation and to ask for those fees to be excused, because of a couple points I want to make. First and foremost, this happened, our fault. This happened mainly for a couple reasons. One, our business is struggling at the moment. And when in Q3, when we recognized how much we were struggling, we let go an accounting firm that was handling all of our payments and our bills. Well, that coupled with the fact that we also had to let go of half of our staff in Q3, we missed this. It just disappeared. Couple that with, thank you, Administrator Simonson, for acknowledging that even though it's still our responsibility, I've never been fond of the fact that the town doesn't make some sort of at least annual renewal notice or a late notice that would have happened maybe at 30 days and we could have jumped at this. Again, our responsibility. But I, as a landlord here in town, I certainly would have probably evicted somebody in 6 months, which we are in, which hopefully you won't choose to do that. But two, I certainly would have reached out in 30 days and said, hey, is there something going on I should know? And then lastly, with the current state that we are in financially, again, our doing, this industry is in a very difficult situation right now. You may or may not be aware of that, but what is relevant about that point is that I've cleared with my business partners coming to this meeting and in my request to be here, that we can allocate the full amount of the lease in the next 2 weeks. We are waiting on some payments ourselves from some of our suppliers. But I cannot say that assuredly for the more than 100% added on to that of penalties. So $3,500 lease, we're now over, I think, $7,500 because of the penalties we dropped the ball on. So in summary, I'm asking for you to allow us to pay the base amount, get current in a responsible fashion, but to do so without the added pain and suffering of the penalties that are currently assessed. So that's it for me.
Questions to you, staff or the applicant, I guess.
Yeah, I just have a question on the process, administrative assignment something. So Spirit House signed a lease with us, with an agreement to pay monthly,
No, they pay annually.
pay annually.
They could pay, I mean, they can pay
So,
monthly, but it's due annually, yeah.
this was due on October 25,
Mhm.
and this was for the year in advance or the year previous, well, I mean.
I hope it's over. Do you know?
It's the coming year.
It's the coming year. Yeah, they've done 1 year with how long we've had.
Okay.
So it's new too.
And I also harken back to the way we treated Western Stone when they were late on their lease. And I'm just wondering, my memory doesn't serve me very well, this was back in the 2022 timeframe. They defaulted on their payments to a great extent. They were paying, we ended up getting a $2,200 a month settlement from them, and they had to tear down their building. All I'm asking is, I was wondering what the process was for that lease that we had.
I wish you would have asked me ahead of time. But, if I recall. help me,
You want me to
Dolores, if you
answer that,
remember.
Victoria?
Oh, yeah, if you have it handy, that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't have it handy, but I can generally tell you the process was, we filed a demand. They become current on their lease. There was also other things going on that property that are using it in ways which were not permitted under the lease, which was another issue. And they weren't allowing us to, use that property for the trail project, which is kind of the larger driver of a lot of this. So after we noticed them that they were in default of all those issues, they chose not to comply with that notice of default after several attempts to work something amicably out. And we actually took them to court. To one, force them off, eject them from the properties. They weren't willing to leave willfully. And then, two, to recover all of our fees associated with, getting them off the property and the back rent, which is why we had a court judgment against them, which we collected over several years. But that was a process that involved quite a bit of upfront legal cost and time, certainly, before we got the resolution that we sought. So.
Also add one more thing, we did not make him tear down the building.
He did that, yeah, as
He did that on his own, we would have preferred he had it, yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. I have one more question. Do we have any other
Leases?
town leases on other properties?
as
The other one is Stone Mountain, Blue Mountain Stone right next door,
Okay.
along the same stretch, they have a lease.
That's an annual payment.
yeah, they were all structured the same way.
And the other one is the Z3 and the Lions Communications.
Oh, and then we have one.
Oh,
for,
yeah. Yeah.
Lions Communications up at St. Hill for leasing antenna space
And we don't send out monthly notices or.
or annual. But I mean, if you guys want us to start that, we're happy to. Cassie said it actually would probably help for audit reasons as well. To show then that we did, but if we have not traditionally. No.
Okay.
I think traditionally these leases were done at extremely low rates, with, minimal cost, annual administration to keep administration low as more of a business development tool than a revenue generator. So that's kind of, why it's kind of unique in how they're structured.
Other questions from the board? I have one, if this rent had been paid timely last October, the town would deposit the money in the general fund, I presume,
I believe it is the general fund, yes.
lease payments go for real estate.
It should,
And
yeah.
What rate of return would we have earned on that money if it was deposited? Is it 4% range, something like 3 to 4%?
It actually was a little more probably at that time, but yeah, 4 to a little above.
No further questions, I guess we will proceed to discussion. It'll be my policy as chair of the meetings to try to alternate who goes first instead of calling on the same person first every time. And if that's something, Trustee Williams, I'll let you go first on this one.
All right. I tend to think of it as a shared responsibility secured against any agreement. So some of that responsibility, while you've generously taken accountability for missing a payment, to which you had agreed, I think there's an argument to be made that we should also take responsibility for helping to enforce it and helping to facilitate it, whether we actually have that notice requirement in our lease or not. So I wouldn't be inclined to be particularly stringent about our discussions about how either every dollar should be paid or how the default should be cured. Instead, I would hope that we could be generous and gracious about that and acknowledge that we have some shared responsibility for it. I don't know exactly how those numbers shake out, but I would say we probably should, and I would absolutely vote for helping to cure the default so that this isn't seen as an ongoing problem or isn't seen as something which at the end of the day becomes a mark on any of this arrangement. I probably would not be inclined to forgive any of the actual rents and would expect those actual rents as you offered to be repaid forthwith. And I'd be open to others' input on how much, if any, of the penalties and interest should be forgiven. But that strikes me as the zone in which we ought to be talking. 100% penalty, moving from, I don't know, 3,500 to 7,000 on the basis of penalties and another couple of $100 in interest strikes me as a much higher number than I would normally think is appropriate, given the accident that I think has happened on both sides. Your accident in not paying and our accident in not immediately discovering it. And required or not giving you notice that we had discovered it. So I think I'm open to something somewhere in that $3,500 plus range, and I don't know what the plus is, but I'd like to hear other people's
Yeah, and the breakdown,
suggestions.
if you have your packet in front of you, it's under the Spirit Hound default letter. It is the agreement stated that late fees would be $20 per day is what was agreed upon. And 18% per annum interest above any at 196 days. It does. The original base rent was 3,500. And with all of the other fees and interest, we're at 77.59.
And I think it's common for there to be some penalties and maybe some interest. It is also common for those to kick in sometime after default and potentially after notice. So the lease, as far as I can tell, doesn't require that kind of notice or that kind of abeyance, but it is so common that it starts to feel more severe than we might otherwise choose to impose those levels of penalties and interest on this amount over this period of time for something in which we might easily reach the conclusion that we had some shared responsibility.
I'll go next and we'll continue around. I first want to say that I do not believe it is the town's responsibility to give notice to lessees of various town properties when they need to pay their rent. That's not what most landlords do. We've had multiple leases to multiple parties for many years. The town has never been our practice to do that. We're not required to do it. I would expect, particularly for sophisticated business people like run this business, for them to pay their rent on time. If the staff in the future wants to give those the courtesy of my notice, that's fine. And talk to staff, but if he wants that, fine, but I don't think it's required here. In terms of what it's appropriate to forgive in terms of less than the maximum, not actually called a penalty in the lease, it's called a late fee.
Late fee of interest accrued.
Meant to encourage the timely payment of rent. We have to remember that we're here acting in the financial interest of the town here. My personal view, a starting point, that's why I asked the question, is we should at a minimum require the payment of interest that the town would have earned if the money had been timely paid. If it had been, it would have been in the town's bank account, and the town would have been earning interest on it at 4 to 5%. And to not at least charge that amount of interest is to disadvantage the taxpayers of the town. We have a fiduciary to make sure that we properly receive and invest those money. With respect to the penalties to the late fees, they are substantial at this point. I do have sympathy for local businesses going through some difficult times. Some other accommodations have been given to that business in the past and during the very time that this lease was in default. They requested a reduction of and credit for overpayment of wastewater, high strength wastewater surcharges to the tune of more than $5,000, and it's been approved. And that credit was given during the time that these payments were not made. Where I come out on this, and see what all the rest of the board members say, I would be in favor of reducing the rate charges of the lease by 75%. In the condition, both the reduction of the interest to be reducing most of the interest and 75% of the penalties to full payment of the lease amount by the end of May. Get them to the end of the month to pay that amount in full interest and release fee. That's what I mean.
You had suggested 4% as well.
Yeah, I would check with Cassie. She can run what it would have been. I'm sure she can.
I just did some Neanderthal accounting here, and at 8 months, it would be 35.94.33. At 7 months, it would be 35.82.66. So we're talking $80 or $90 interest that would have accrued had we got the payment in a timely fashion. I'm okay. I'm okay with forgiving the the late fees and the accrued interest, provided we do that very simple 4%.
Reduce the accrued interest.
The interest would be calculated on having received the payment in a timely fashion, at 4% or accrued over these last 8 months.
Can we get an estimate of what that would be then?
It's a small zone.
Yeah, small.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing the context of the problem. Helpful. Yeah, I agree a little bit with, the shared.
Sorry, can you speak up? I'm having trouble. I'm sure everyone else is.
Yes, I think there's a shared responsibility on this, and I would support the 4% recommendation of trustee boards
And no late fees?
and no late.
I feel similarly. I think, I do think we should explore the idea of some sort of notice when someone has an annual payment. That can easily slip out of your mind if you're not used to paying something on a monthly basis. And life is happening. You know, I always got notified when I paid my rent late. Not that that ever happened, but so I feel like that. I feel like that is important, and I think that's something we should consider, whether it's required or not. I do feel like there is some partnership here. So, and I like the idea of what did we lose by not having that money in the bank? And I think that feels fair and equitable to me. This isn't a business that is known for causing trouble. As a matter of fact, they've been here for a minute and they've done some great things. And I think they bring a lot of people to this town. Seeing Spirit Town when you're driving through, it's a good thing. So I would concur with getting rid of the late fees and then making the interest based on that 4% they've been deposited at the time.
Trustee McCurry.
I share similar sentiments. And yeah, if we were to not send like the yearly renewal, like there should have been at least something at 30 days late, 60 days late. Like it shouldn't have taken us this long to find that, even if we're not going to send out a reminder at the year. So I agree to forgive the late fees.
Yeah, just to top off my comments, I appreciate everyone's focus on what the town might have made from those funds over that period. And I can't get to any calculation if Spirit Town were to bring this current sometime soon, it gets over $100. I mean, if we're at 4 or 5%, 196 out of 360 days, we had a few days to that. At 4 or 5, we're at somewhere between $87 and $95. If this got cleared up for $3,600, just brought current with a very modest amount that makes us whole, I 100% support that. My sense in saying that maybe we bear a little bit of responsibility is a guess that it was an accident that we didn't serve notice. We're not required to under the lease, but I think we typically would if we had a lot of these kinds of arrangements with people. We'd be more in the habit of it. We'd have more of a process for it. It seems that it was discovered either by our internal team or by our accountants. And if that's true, it probably was something that had we been aware of it, we would have helped to cure this problem earlier, and it would have been less of a problem all along. But I'm all for the 4% if paid at some point during, let's say, May. With no other late fees.
Is everybody comfortable with the end of the month deadline?
3,600 by the end of the month.
Plus whatever interest would have.
Well, no, that is
Yes.
with it, because the base rent is 35. So if they would pay 3,600 by the end of May, and if not, come back and visit
Then the board would need to revisit what the payment should be.
versus here. Okay,
We have,
does that? You said that.
we have a clear consensus.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that,
First and foremost, appreciate your thoughtful responses. I do believe that that added amount is not overly significant in a way that would create a hurdle that we couldn't get over. We will prioritize things like payroll and things like that first and foremost. But we have had internal discussions about getting whole very quickly because that's the responsible thing to do, and that's where we operate a business. So I wouldn't see $100 create an insurmountable hurdle for us to meet the same deadline.
Okay.
All right, thanks again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next item is, I'm not sure it requires any discussion, but open to discussion if we need. Yes, do you believe it? We have discussion direction on the top on Water 101, but it's common practice for new members that if we have something in a workshop, we also list it as a potential discussion item in the agenda, whether discussion is needed or not, in case anybody has follow-up comments or questions. Anything on that item?
The only thing I had was in the water action plan, there are some details that I assume would be worked out at some later date, whether they happen to be operationalized by the full-time team, or if they happen to be massaged by us at on second reading, if we end up introducing this as an ordinance and or a resolution and or a policy that takes our endorsement. At whatever point we end up with an action plan, I think maybe having more on that page or a better understanding of what the exceptions are and what the enforcement mechanism is, what the trigger points are, I think that would be helpful.
I'm just ask the staff, is that water action plan that's in the packet intended to be a final one or is it a draft?
It was there, we can modify it more.
We'll put it into a formal policy.
Right, and I have the UEB set up to review it again also. But some of them that I've seen are pretty basic. Again, the enforcement, I think, was there, and that it had the third time, we'll have the fines. We won't, in the policy itself, it won't, wouldn't think we would document how we're going to enforce that policy. And that's usually code compliance.
I'm not a landscaper, I'm not a gardener, I don't know what the right details are. But one thing that occurs to me, having just planted several trees, is that I'd like to protect some things while they get established. So I guess that there might be some exceptions, and the one that occurs to me might be a good one or a bad one. And there might be others that are better, or maybe there shouldn't be any. But I'm just assuming that whether it's the parks team or the utilities team, or later the board weighing in, that somebody would work through whether details like that need to be in a policy.
There is this section actually in the municipal code that does discuss applying for an exception for a permit to do that. That bases it on you come to the town administrator. That was from the previous code that's in there, so I didn't review a whole lot. It was a pretty good sized paragraph, but I can review in that already and see if we want to modify the actual municipal code for those exceptions.
If the UEB is still to look at this, and if they have, actually, whether they have any suggested change or not, once the UEB is reviewed, it would be appropriate for you to bring it back to the board for approval as a, now, the policy, it's not an ordinance, it's not a resolution. It's just for board, I guess we would approve it by resolution of policy, is that correct?
That's what was done with the water rights dedication.
Well, then perhaps it could be brought back, maybe even as a consent agenda item, after the UEB has reviewed it, so it would be formally adopted by the board. Direction will be, there's in a resolution after UEB review. Everybody okay with that?
In general, I'm definitely okay with all of that. I think it just poses just like a curiosity of, with this conversation, also looping in, something like EAB or SFC, just to bounce other solutions, or yeah, make sure that more commissions that are also looking at, sustainable ways to use our water and amongst residents, or however that wants to shake out, just so that there are more people armed with education as we adopt new policies and as we think about sustainable ways to move through our world.
Or should we send it to the other board? It may take longer. I
We're
know
talking
the other
about
boards
this
may
week.
not meet before the next meeting.
Is there a deadline on it?
No, we're just trying to get it before season really kicks in. Because it's such a big news item right now that people are just assuming kind of we're in those restrictions, but everybody's portfolios are so different. And we are not growing like the Front Range did. We just sort of different, so it's education.
Yeah.
I think she
Should
just.
postpone second reading, or I just wanted to make sure it was clear, right? If we did that, we probably postpone that you'd have second readings set to a date certain of the next meeting if you wanted to wait, because if you're going to approve it on second reading.
That's just.
I don't know, you could ask legal, you could probably approve the ordinance without the resolution directly, and the resolution could come back.
Yes, that's what I heard.
That's what I
Okay.
did too. And then we would maybe have you go to those other meetings and just educate that. Well, not really.
It's like, I'm not doing that.
More?
Someone
Yeah, it's fine.
to just let them know what our
I saw the
a
shot.
basic portfolio, and why
Yeah.
we aren't in that situation.
I did just want to, one emphasis was, this was not the water workshop, which is fine, but normally you won't get a chance, you have to get back to to something that was an ordinance discussed. And I don't know, Brandon may have legal things to talk about, discussing the ordinance after the first reading. But, right, this was really for the water workshop.
Right.
Review, just, it's fine, I don't mind, but.
So with that, not even necessarily trying to get you to go to these other boards or even take this piece that we've discussed already in the ordinance, wherever it was, I'm sorry. Learning terms, more just in the scope of even the water workshop, just I think it would be really cool to loop in other boards just so that, I wrote down just cool things like I didn't know about, the water rights discussion in 1872, and I didn't know how our water year cycle ran, and it shouldn't take us sitting up here to get access to some of that knowledge. And I know that there are plenty of passionate humans on EAB and SFC that would love to understand the details of how our water is utilized in our town, and could maybe even give residents just more interesting guidance on, even just rainwater collection to water their plants, or gray water solutions as we talk about renovations for homes with wildfire preparedness, just more of the water education, less on this action plan. I don't need the action plan to go through those boards. I think just maybe sharing it when it's done with those boards, and sharing maybe even just your PowerPoint.
Well, it may not hurt just to have a water workshop for the public, anybody who wants to come. It's kind of what tonight was,
Yeah.
but we could make it more about. And work with the AB or SFC to do a basic water stuff and then say ways to conserve.
Right,
From
because
the-
these are like, what's coming up with water shortage is, a fearful scarcity mindset.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of residents are gonna be like, oh, you're controlling this, that, and the other thing that we're doing. And we're not, and it would be a cool opportunity to open conversation of other ways to be abundant with your plants and with your resources and in community.
I would want to put that on, maybe more, try to let the boards know that we have, we could let the boards know even now, it's pretty quick to tell them about Wednesday's UEB meeting. But maybe we want to then make sure the boards know, I understand this is a more common issue than a lot of what the UEB may look at, but some of them even, time of use on electric would want a lot of people. We make sure the boards are aware, and I think what's on a workshop, and put the responsibility to some extent on them to come to the one general workshop and get, or if the workshop was recorded, we could email them the whole workshop to say, here's this workshop. So they get that information, reducing staff time going to the various boards.
We'll figure that out.
Procedurally, and I want to check this with the town attorney, I think the suggestion here was that we proceed with the second reading of ordinance 1217
Mhm.
as to outdoor water sprinkling and irrigation restrictions, but that the water shortage regulation policy might be brought back separately as for resolution approval after the UEB has looked at it. Is that
That's correct. Yep.
the explanation of where we are? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it sounds like we may also have an action item on Water 101, where we have some kind of a town meeting on it. Occasionally, we will have something at the library on a topic of interest to people. And they might be a little less interested in the portfolio
Yeah.
and maybe even a little less interested in sources, but very interested in uses.
Yeah.
And very interested in other conservation related topics.
Well, while we're talking about that, we do have on our website, under utilities, water, there is already a current list of ways that you can conserve in the meantime. Because we are going to promote conservation, even though we have a healthy program.
Okay, on the next item, I have a suggestion to make. That's the legislative policies. In the workshop, there were a number of suggested minor modifications to that done in a couple of items that there seemed to be kind of general consensus that need to be in there. My suggestion is that we work on a redraft of that and put it on a future agenda item, again, perhaps a consent agenda. Trustee Williams had volunteered to contribute some language on one item, rather than going item by item through it tonight. It's getting late here. We direct that be brought back and put on the future agenda after the potential modifications that we discussed are included in a redraft. And then when it's brought back, if somebody wants to change that rewording or thinks of some other policy needs to be changed, it's on consent agenda, you could pull it, or we can discuss that, basically. Bring it back as a later draft and we see if there's need for further discussion. Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. I think we might also want to take it to the next step of, in each one of the ones that we seem to have some momentum toward changing,
Mhm.
to actually have that move to exact language in
Yes.
a red line version.
Yes.
Rather than the bulleted version
Yes.
that you want to test against.
Okay. Okay, next item I was basically a request of mine. I don't think this will take, I hope not. I saw the newspaper article that's there in the packet about the proposed Front Range passenger rail district being pared back from its original scope, which I'll confess, I didn't know until I read this article, included all of Boulder County, which would have included Lyons. And if things proceed as anticipated with that proposed rail district, there will be a vote in November for all people within that district, whether to authorize an additional half-cent sales tax. Our sales tax rate is slightly, it's like 9.1 something percent now. We're pretty high in Boulder County. And when I saw that, I didn't even know we were potentially in that district. It would bump us up more. But the bill in the legislature, which I believe has already passed out of committee and looks like it might pass, would reduce that district and take us out of it. As I read the story and read the bill, it would limit the district to basically be within 5 miles of the rail lines, which we are not. And for the record, there are no remaining rail lines in Lyons, so us being in a passenger rail district would present some logistical difficulties. But the reason for putting on the board agenda was my understanding of how mayors have been authorized in the past to take positions on behalf of the town is if it's something that involves a clear reduction of local control, which usually EML is involved in, that mayors are authorized to speak on that. But if it's some other issue, the mayor should bring it to the board and ask the board for basically authority to take a position on behalf of the town. And that's why I brought this here. I would like to request authority from the board to draft a letter to the sponsors of the bill and to our state representative and state senator, basically requesting that the Lions be taken out of the front range bus and be like, really, doesn't mean you couldn't go to Longmont and catch the train if it passes, but it means that there wouldn't be additional asset sales tax rates. Is there any other discussion on that?
Capture.
Okay.
That Lions was already taken.
No. It's, the bill would, if it passes, would remove Lions from it. It hasn't passed the legislature yet. So this would be basically authorizing me as mayor to say to our state representative, state senator, we support this bill. Please take us out of the district. And also we should probably go to the sponsors of the legislation.
Yeah, it goes into committee tomorrow. So
Yeah.
Okay. Right, fast.
Yeah, I know. But then it's still gotta go to the full Senate, right? So.
Yep.
I don't know, is it past the House? I don't believe it has.
I don't think so. No.
It's even gone to the House yet, so, okay. If there's, with that, I will compose an appropriate letter asking to be removed from the package.
And I'd offer more latitude for you to take a position. If you look at the bill and there are other provisions, then you may decide that you don't want to be for or against the bill. You may decide that you want to be for or against scaling back. And I think you should have the latitude to make that.
You're right. I should also note a record that I asked the town finance director the other day. Lions contributes about $500,000 a year to the existing Denver Metro RTD. And we get back basically zero from that. This potentially put us in that position with another district. Repeat that, and we can't get out of the first one except for legislative action. Okay. Next item is trustee reports. Anyone request for future agenda? Start with trustee McCray. I'm not sure what commissions have met since we were all sworn in.
Well, neither EBC nor SFC have formally met since we've been sworn in, but Mayor Browning and I had a meeting with Grace Barrett, who is the chair for EBC, just to talk about alignment for goals for the EBC. And their meeting is next week, so I am excited to see how that shakes out. They're also just gonna discuss like what it means for like what their goals and responsibilities are as EBC versus the Colorado Main Street Board. And then they're also just going to try to see who in that community wants to be involved with the Sundance Task Force. That's all I have. I met some Sustainable Futures Commission individuals at Earth Day Expo, but again, I've not officially sat down with them yet, and I'm excited to get involved and get their gears turning.
Thank you, trustee Williams.
I have not attended my first historic preservation commission meeting. I was just checking to see if somehow they snuck one by me. I think they might have. Good for them. For me, that I also to attend the University of Denver mountain housing conversation, which turned out to be a little thinner than I had expected. It was an hour of the day, not a day or a half day, and it happened to be one of the hours of our utilities tour. So I opted for the tour rather than housing, but I will follow up and see if there were interesting things coming out of it, and I'll bring them back to the group if there were.
Thank you. We'll just go down the line here. I have had the opportunity to meet with one of my liaison to commissions, and that would be the Student Advisory Commission. We met last Friday. On the agenda for the next meeting on the 18th, they are readying, and I do believe that they really are getting ready for a detailed presentation of their designated art space, aka graffiti wall. They're working hard at it. They're doing a lot of research. They're contacting people, so expect an exciting, well-researched presentation from the Student Advisory Commission at the end of this meeting. Also in trustee reports, in terms of future agenda items, I wanted to let the board know that also, I believe on the 18th, we're gonna have a discussion of the multiple different organizations that the town of Lyons participates in. I wanted to have that, like the CML Metro Mayor's Conference, and there are a lot of them. I wanted to have that discussion after Mayor Pro Tem Wingard returned and was available, because traditionally the Mayor Pro Tem has worked with the mayor and also other trustees in deciding which of those to cover. But my intent on that is to go down the list and make sure we all understand what we're participating in and what commitments, financial, time-wise, whatever are required. At the prior meeting, Trustee Jacobs had brought up her desire to participate in one of those, which is the Boulder County Homeless.
Regional homes.
Yeah, anyway, I have no objection to that. If there's meetings coming up between now and then, if anybody will have any issues to participate.
The next meeting is the 27th.
Okay, we'll do that after the 8th.
If you have concerns,
Okay,
we can talk about it
so
later.
That's coming soon to an agenda near you. Trustee Lowell.
Parks and Rec, will be next Tuesday, no, next Monday rather, and then the ecology board's gonna be following Tuesday. Speaking of mayoral appointments, we can probably anticipate at least 3 vacancies on the ecology board come August. I know the chair and vice chair are going to be pursuing their reputation, so they're going to be going out of state. I think we already have 1 vacancy that we need to fill. And Student Government Day is February 7th, so I on that.
And we need a request to see if they want to reschedule if there might be snow. Because we do want, there might be snow on the ground because all their little rotations are outside.
That
But we're waiting
reminds
to
me
hear.
of something that I forgot, which is related to Student Government Day, and that is I'm going to be out of town from Thursday through Sunday. Mayor Pro Tem Wingard has not actually been thrown in yet, and the Lyons Municipal Code authorizes the board to basically approve an acting mayor in the absence of both the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem. We didn't want to put that on an agenda item because we want to advertise on pre-printed agenda that both the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem are going to be out of town. But I would request, check this with Trustee Lowell. Hope nothing happens, but the acting mayor basically is there in case of emergency and fire, flood, whatever it might be. If you needed to call an emergency board meeting, the acting mayor could do that. So I would basically request the board to authorize Trustee Lowell to serve as acting mayor while both Mayor Pro Tem Wingard and I are debating. And that would include, if it goes forward, Student Government Day, in which the mayor traditionally participates in, unless it's postponed. If it's postponed, you could join me at Student Government. Would that be acceptable to the board?
Yes. I would just add that I assume that it also authorizes the acting mayor to execute checks and do other like administrative duties that might be.
So, but that's generally done.
Well, no, you have to go to the bank and sign the card.
Yeah, you'd have to, that would be difficult, but I don't think that there will be a need for that during the 4 days.
Done.
Done at regular intervals. Trustee Schwartz.
I'm fine with that. Can you just throw an agenda item on the
No, it's your turn for trustee.
report? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
CDC has not met yet. This coming Monday will be my first as liaison.
I was hoping to get more direction from the board in terms of priorities, so I don't know if we'll have a meeting next week, but we shall see. Anyway, we'll connect on that.
Probably should regroup with
The group.
the group.
5 current members, so.
And so if we don't have a meeting, we could maybe let's chat. You bet.
Mr. Jacobs.
I am gonna have my first HHSC meeting as liaison next Monday, so go from member to liaison. Future agenda item, something that I want to talk about. Someone came up to me this weekend and was concerned, should I show up to the meeting on Monday? Because are you guys gonna talk about Planet Bluegrass? Because I saw that it was on some agenda, and I never saw an update, so. I realized at that point that there's been like a draft agenda was posted on Facebook correct a week ago, so I would like to talk, I'd like to put that on the agenda to talk about how we can do that. Better or differently, because it
That's,
caused some confusion.
that's generally, there has been, I'll let the town staff and the status of that.
Oh, so the status of the application is not, it's incomplete at this point, so we don't have.
You're not worried about the application. I think you're asking about the process. Talking about in like the posting of the draft
Possible
agenda
agenda.
without. On Facebook, I guess, but not from the town and then not going out. to
I'll
everyone.
respond to that. That's something that I promised to do during my campaign for mayor. It's something I intend to do. The posting on Facebook was not a complete agenda. It was simply a highlight bullet point style of 4 or 5 things that I emphasized, double emphasized, might be considered, and that the agendas frequently change, in fact, almost always change to some extent. That is my attempt to inform both the public and the trustee earlier than the Thursday afternoon or Friday before a Monday meeting of what might be expected. And that will necessarily involve informing them of some items that might go on the agenda and might end up not being discussed. Anybody's welcome to ask questions. That's something I'm doing as mayor. It's not a board action. That's something I have done as mayor and intend to continue doing.
Knowing that people might have been confused by it, is there anything that you would do differently?
No, because I don't believe that the citizens and voters of Lyons are confused by saying that these 5 items might be considered, and there is a good possibility that there is a chance that they will be withdrawn. That specific point was discussed after the posting of why would some of these items be withdrawn? I said, application may not have been filed, circumstances may change, somebody may withdraw, citizens will request. I believe our citizens are totally capable of understanding that a draft agenda can be changed.
Well, unfortunately, one of our citizens came up to me this weekend and said she was confused about it, and I would like to have a conversation. I believe that this is an opportunity for me to ask for something to be put on the agenda that we can discuss in the future. Is that not what trustee report? Is that not part of what this is?
You wish to have an agenda, let me make sure I'm clear. You wish to have an agenda item on whether the mayor, on the mayor's own initiative, can post things on social media.
On their from their personal social media website, that is information that is clearly coming from the town, that is causing confusion to people in the town.
Right.
It could be done in a different way.
It's
I would
late,
like to have a
it's late,
conversation
so
about
we
it.
can have a conversation about it on as part of a regular agenda, and that's fine with me. Be glad to discuss it with you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, anything further? If not, then I believe we are at summary of action items. Is that next?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, no.
Don't everyone jump up at
Laser
first.
focus.
Items that we usually, I believe that is.
Yep. Okay. Number 1, I have Trustee Williams is to draft language for the land acknowledgement moment of silence. That was from the workshop. Staff is to offer amendments to the legislative policy if they have any. Next, I have there was no change to the order of business. Then we are also to reschedule BOT priorities to a future agenda. Next, I have staff is to get residential, commercial, and municipal water usage numbers for the board.
Usage for single family and commercial.
And municipal, yep. And then next I have mayoral appointments was moved to a date certain of 5/18/26. Next, I have board consensus is to apply for the BRIC grant and to submit the loan application. Next, ordinance 1217 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1218 passed to second reading. Simon Herkowitz was advised to bring back more specifics for the 314 main agenda request. Next, I have Spirit Hounds is to bring the lease current, and they are to pay the $3,600 by the end of May. Next, I have the water action plan is to be reviewed by the UEB and then come before the Board of Trustees as a resolution. Maybe a potential water 101 at the library. Next, I have a redraft of the legislative policy and then bring back on a future agenda. And then board consensus was to have the mayor draft a letter requesting Lions to be removed from the Front Range Passenger Rail District. And then last, a future agenda item on posting draft agendas on social media.
Only have one more,
Okay.
and that is to get an update from CDOT and when we can anticipate signing the speed limit signs.
Brandon, did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Let's see. Next item, let's see. Pam, is here, with me trustee, I can make a, is it okay if the mayor does that, Brandon?
Mayor can make a motion too. Anybody can.
All right, okay. Then, just to shorten it and view the hour. I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024B and 24-6-4024E for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding a property dispute concerning 0 Stickney Street in Lyons, Colorado. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Voting aye.
And that motion passes unanimously. Brandon, I sent you a link
all.
to the executive session. Okay, I'll start it
I'll
now.
jump on. All right, thank you.
Now.
Yep.
Oh, you are boy, I couldn't hear the last, but you all did much better otherwise.